Well, I'm just going to pop in here because I think Mitch, again, either he's focusing really hard and he's doing his best statue impression, or his screen may have died again. We were in a meeting before this. He was
Iffy.
having some internet issues. Oh,
Oh,
you're
there
back.
you go. I'm back. I'm back. We're having
You're back.
an iffy stream. Am I back? I don't know.
You're back.
I'm hearing noises
You're
in my
good.
background. I can't even see you, Michael. But hey, if I'm up, thumbs up. Let's
You're
rock
up.
and roll. So
You're up.
it's gonna be one of those days where I knew I was having problems because my charting was being a little bit weird earlier. So these are one of those days where I got to be a little bit careful because the internet's being shaky, and that means that can't be pushing it too much. But we'll talk a little bit about some positions. I went to it. I went for it, Michael. I couldn't help myself, and I took a swing in Pfizer. So we
Oh,
got it. We're in now, and I kept seeing more and more buying on the tape. So now I think it's all
okay.
about clearing 25. We'll talk a little bit more about that position, but hey, it's time to really get after it here. Um, let's go ahead and we can talk a little bit more about that. But Pfizer, yeah, we kept seeing that buying. Why aren't you on the screen? There you go.
Oh,
I don't know how you
there I
weren't
am.
on the screen.
I'm back.
All right, but there you
Awesome.
go.
Man, was
All right,
kicked.
man. Yeah, just got kicked, bro. But yeah, Pfizer, we kept seeing that big buying on the screen. I saw multiple 50, 60, 70,000 shares. And then when I started to add up the last like 4 or 5 days, it's a
Hmm.
lot of share size added up, right? It's actually more shares than what traded after the mentions from Trump, which were it's 164 million and then 150 million. That's about 300 million. But when you think about it, it's been about 4 days at over 100 million shares traded. That's a lot of
Yeah.
share size here now.
Well, and it's again, I mentioned I love this chart, so I like that you're in. I'm kind of going to wait for the 25 area, but
Yeah,
yeah,
I
you
think that's
just
the
you
area to
just
look for breakout, right? That's the area
hey,
for
just
sure.
you got to clean out, right? If we just get rid of this, right? And you just look at this every time we get to say $24, someone buys it. We're bouncing off $24 again and again. So if we lose $24 in any significant way, you're out. So that's like what, a 50-ish, 70-cent risk. And if you're right, I could definitely see 28. It could see higher. We are seeing some healthcare. I noticed that healthcare was gapping up today a little bit, and also noticed because we had a call a little bit before this. I wanted to reach out to our boy Steve with Oscar. He looks like
The Oscar.
his binary bet is paying off for him a little bit. Nice 10% pop pre-market. So good
Yeah,
for
it'll
him.
be a fun one to watch out the gates there. Could be moving a lot today.
Yeah, and I'm sure you've noticed that they're talking a lot about flights and planes and stuff like that. So
Oh.
that might be an interesting section. So if you're traveling anywhere, uh, sorry, but it looks like there
Sorry.
might be one of those. They're just talking about delaying stuff. They're talking about
Yeah,
all
the
kinds of
government
things
shutdown,
going on.
man. The government shutdown is starting to weigh on things out there, and a lot of conversations about the tariffs in the Supreme Court. Uh,
Hmm.
so some traders are thinking that the tariffs are all going to fall off. Um, and the question is, I know they said that they would be good for stocks, but will it? I don't think there's a
I don't know.
guarantee.
We got
Sometimes
tariffs now, and we're at all-time highs. So do we like? Yeah, I don't know either. I actually sat and for like 5 minutes, and it's like, yeah, who knows?
Oh, what's
Who
going
knows?
on in the market right now? We are pulling
I
back a little
felt
bit. I know I'm
I just
overreacting, but
I'm looking
it's a
here
nice
with
one.
with yeah, this one with our boy Walter. I'm just gonna bring him
We
up
might
on
come
screen.
back into the short side of things today. I don't
Um,
know.
he was talking about some sort of tariff thing. Let's just go right to. I'll just leave this up all day. Here's our boy Walter. U.S. announces changes in reciprocal tariffs with China after changes. Good changes, bad changes, uh,
Mm,
up changes, down changes.
some type of change, hopefully.
Like that's a word you might want to specify a bit, but yeah, I think a lot of it is we are we're range bound. This is another day I think it makes sense to take a look at the futures as opposed to the stocks, just because we did dip pretty hard there overnight. And then just like the last couple nights, buyers just came in. They came in kind of pretty aggressively. But now we have this range. And are we just going to hang out in this range? Because like we talked about, yesterday was kind of it for, like, we had some earnings. We just talked about Oscar. There's nothing here that I really care about.
Yeah.
Celsius. I know some people trade that, and same with tonight. So now, really, the only earnings we care about is Nvidia, that always reports like so late that it doesn't matter. So the only other thing that's kind of newsworthy that I was looking at this morning that stuck out is Trump's talking about health weight loss drugs or something later today, and that was it. That was the biggest change, the biggest thing that I saw. So I'm gonna actually, because I mentioned it, and again, when I say I read, this is really, it's between this and Evan. If you're looking for news sources, again, I'm not one that I need it second by second,
Hmm.
but there was Trump to announce deal to cut weight loss drug prices, and that's he's having some chat. President schedule. Here we go. So 11 a.m. So like as we're closing the stream, that's when he's gonna makes an announcement, and I think that announcement's just about drug prices. So with
Pfizer,
that,
baby. Pfizer.
that's
Let's go,
what
Pfizer. Let's get it
do they
going,
have?
Pfizer.
Do they have one yet? Because I know that's why they were kind of
They
left
got the
out,
pill, the
where the rest of
pill.
them,
I think the pill's coming through on
oh, they
Pfizer.
got an Ozempic pill.
Yeah.
Man, I know a lot of people like dog on this, like, hey, you should just go like eat good and lift weights. And of course, that's going to be a better option. But we've been trying to tell people to do that for like 30 years and it's not working.
The
So,
thing is, it's just I'm a believer, man. The pharmaceuticals are not the way, man. Not the way, because it's going to cause so much psychological damage. That's what people are keeping under wraps with these drugs. And I've been reading so many like negative, like causing people suicidal thoughts. I don't know about you,
uh,
Michael, but I don't think any weight loss is worth suicidal thoughts. But hey,
uh,
I
I
don't
don't
know.
know. And I'm not for the average, for a dude who wants to lose 10 pounds, absolutely not. But
Yeah,
like
like
everyone's looking at these drugs and they're talking about the side effects versus like a normal person. But the side effects of somebody who is very obese is like heart attack, stroke, like diabetes, like all these things. So the way to look at it is if it's better than that, yes. Now, again, in a perfect world, you take these drugs, you lose a bunch of weight,
yeah,
you build a bunch of healthy habits, you go to the gym, you start running, everything's great, and then you get off the drugs. We
that's the
both
hope.
know that that's not how it's going to work, but
No, because
that
they're
would be
gonna
the
get
that'd be the
addicted,
perfect
and they're
way
gonna
to.
they're gonna just be eating McDonald's and injecting themselves, bro.
Mhm.
So that's the scary thing. But the truth is, regardless if we want to be for or against it, I think we both could agree it's a bullish thesis, because at the end of the day,
Mhm.
money is coming to this, and the market share, the pie is growing. Now, who's gonna get the biggest piece of the
Right.
pie? That's what you got to be kind of thinking about. But I
Well,
think we
and
both can
who's
agree the
not
pie is
priced
growing.
in?
All right.
Who's not priced in yet, right? So, like, I look at like
Mhm.
a Lilly, like Nova Nordisk started the whole thing,
Yeah.
and they had this huge rip, and then they gave a majority of it right back, and they've been hanging out in this zone forever. And then with Lilly, right? They're getting, and again, full disclosure, I'm long Lilly from around here. It seems like that might be priced in. So I don't know. Like if you're mentioning Pfizer's, I would look at the guys who got a drug on the way
Hmm.
and it's close, because what's going to happen, like with all drugs, is they're going to get better and better and better over time, and they're going to make them slightly different enough that they avoid generic labels, right? So if like Ozempic, I think in the new year goes generic.
Hmm.
So from there, it's like, okay, well, we need to build something that's a little bit different and a little bit better, and then push that to market so that the doctors will push that instead of the generic version. So yeah, if, and it could be just a simple perplexity question or chat GPT or whatever, but just try to
Yeah.
find something that is very close to being released, that may not already be priced in. Because if it's very close to being released, there's that risk there that they're going to fail the third FDA trial. So if you want to take a bet, find a couple that are doing something novel in the space that hasn't really been published or talked about yet, and then buy those. And if they pass, you're going to get a huge ripper. If they fail, unfortunately not. Um, but uh, but yeah, that's where I would be looking at, because yeah, when I look at like Novo, again, it's kind of a lot of it's priced in with this, and what I
Yeah.
would look for is who are they not looking at, and like also Hims, like how would this affect Hims? Has been a volatile one lately. Looks like it doesn't matter. No one cares about Hims. Poor Hims.
I'm a little scared of that Hims chart. Like I liked it. I traded it yesterday to the upside, but I'm a little scared that thing really starts losing altitude because I think, that's one of those like story stocks where things have gotten a lot better, but how much better has it really gotten? I mean, it's an interesting one. Let's just say that.
Well, right, it's wild to see a base. Like you look at this, if you take the numbers out, you look at this chart, you say, hey, it's just in a base. If it breaks down the base, it's probably really bearish. If it breaks out of the base, it's probably really bullish. And then you look at the numbers and you realize the base is like 50% wide.
Yeah.
Like it is just a huge amount. Yeah, 57% from low to high in this base. It's still a base, but that's a different beast than just being in like the Pfizer base. The Pfizer base is like a buck, right? It's like,
Hmm.
5% in this base as opposed to
Yeah.
50% in
This
the other.
reported on Monday, right? And I can give you guys a little bit background on their report. Of course, they beat on revenue, but missed on EPS. So that's one thing to note. But you can see it here. The revenue's been climbing, right? And I think that this is the only thing that you got to be a little bit careful of, right? Because what it does is essentially it raises the bar, right? You start to miss the bar, that's when you start to come down. For right now, expectations are still to beat the expectations for Q1, right? And so I think that you look to see how this turns out. As long as this can continue, yeah, that's why Hims grew, right? Another big thing is the 49% year over year revenue increase and 50% growth in subscribers. Yeah, I will give it to you. But they got a high bar to meet, right?
Yeah, and with these companies, right, obviously revenue is way more important
Let's go to
than
some other
numbers, right?
earnings here before the bell here. Let's go through some of the ones from last night.
Dash. Uh-oh. Oh, poor Mitch. I'll take it back till he's back. And he'll come back mid-sentence. Oh, we're losing you again, bud.
I am
Ah,
back.
you're back.
I am
Back.
back.
All right, I'll
Am
go back
I
to you.
back? All
You're
right,
back
all right,
now.
all right, all right. Hood, coming in here with a nice little beat, man. A nice beat on revenue, nice beat on EPS. If you look at the financial performance, 100% year.
All right. I just DM'd him and told him to go reset, but oh, back
Do-do-do-do-do-do.
again? Do you want to go like kick the rotor a bit and I'll cover? I don't know, like just go get mad.
Do-do. You can
So
cover it. You can cover it. You can use Earning Hub
yeah.
if you want. I'm sure you got Earning Hub.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I just saying go like reset or unplug something and plug it back in or whatever.
I, I've I've
Come back
already
to
done
it
it like
fresh.
3 times, so
Oh,
there's not much to it at this point. It's just to see if Spectrum, if we short Spectrum or not.
are they publicly say short spectrum and then he bugs out? Yeah, so Robinhood again, yeah, I've got this I got Earnings Hub right here signed in, but yeah, Robinhood again, these guys are just killer, but it's gonna have a lot to do with Bitcoin
You know,
prices, right? We know. Oh, peace. I'm booting them. Um, the yeah, so with Robinhood, I'm just more worried about crypto prices in general when it comes to their correlation. I wouldn't even look too much at earnings as long as they didn't like really screw it up. And they didn't, right? They beat top and bottom line, so good earnings there. But you just look at this and you say, actually, they're in a nice range. They're holding on really good, but they need that. They need crypto to chill out, right? They need crypto to stop going crazy. So you could just draw it something like this and say, hey, if we beat, great. If we sell off, whatever. But yeah, we are just range bound here in Robinhood. You've got Oscar that I already talked about. Again, I mentioned this because our boy Steve was on stream last week. He was saying how much he loved this company, and we were rightfully so, I'd say, maybe clowning just a little bit as this thing kind of pulled back. But I noticed it was pulling back into some major anchored VWAPs and things like that. It was, it's like 20% down here, and then I think 50% or 30% from all-time highs. But whatever earnings came through on this, it's looking good. We're getting a nice little gap up. Not only gap up, it didn't kind of gap and crap, right? It gapped and pulled back a bit, and now it's kind of trending higher. So this could be one to watch, like pre-market high, that type of thing. Start going through. What was the other? Dash. I know DoorDash reported, and it was down pretty big here off the initial flush, and then some buying kind of came in later. So this could be another one to keep an eye on. It seems like may have been a little bit overdone. We're getting a little bit of a push higher here as well, and trying to reclaim some of that. Oh, Snap killed it, right? Snap did really well. So this has been, without a doubt, the worst social media company to be involved in. If you look at, like, I don't know if you include Spotify in that, but Google, Meta, right, and then Snapchat. But looks like the kids are still using it, getting a little bit of a bounce here. Overall, the chart is still kind of weak. We're in just this low range, but they did beat, right? They did beat top and bottom line. It's just like you got to make money, and it's 2025. You've been out for a while. You have to make money. In a high interest rate environment where there's so many other investments that are ripping of companies that do make money. That's the problem here with Snap, right? You don't make any money. So we have a nice little gap happening here off some good earnings, but this one's in the context of being an overall bad trend. Whereas like Oscar, you look at this and it's in an overall uptrend and reporting good earnings. That's my thought on it anyway. I don't know. Not really my game. What else was there? Oh, Arm. I saw not a huge reaction, but did get some kind of speculative buying here. And IONQ, which is the quantum theme, getting a little bit of a push up there across the quantum space for those people who participate, for those people who like these kind of quantum names. Nice little gap up there on IONQ, so that's going to affect them all, right? Rigetti, that's going to affect QBTS, QBT, all these names are probably going to look at that and say, well, if the big guys doing well, then a lot of these other guys are going to be doing fine as well. Duolingo, I actually owned some of this a while back for a mean reversion trade. We got this little bounce here. Now that's kind of gapping down pretty significantly. Again, it beat top and bottom line, still makes money. I think this is just a big AI scare thing. These right, these are the brand new Apple AirPods, and apparently with the latest update that comes out, I haven't tried it because I don't have anyone that speaks a different language, but apparently it does live translation. So if somebody talks and blah 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 blah, the idea is that we don't need Duolingo if we can all just buy like a $200 headset and then hear any language we want, and if everyone is just wears these, then you can just talk to anyone you want. So I think that's part of it, right? Translation and things like that with AI are going to become kind of better and better, but that's the idea. So yeah, it was a COVID. Well, it didn't exist before COVID, right here, but had a nice ramp up and then right back down. Um, so morning, fellas. So it's true that we can't use ChatGPT for trading strategies and advice. Um, I would never use an AI for trading strategies and advice, right? I would, what does it know about trading? Again, as someone who I pay for Perplexity, I pay for ChatGPT. The ChatGPT app is the first one that opens up on my computer. They're amazing. I use them all the time. But I wouldn't treat it as a should I buy or sell these things? That kind of stuff. I wouldn't, I don't think that's the move for it. I think it's more, like I use it to help me code. I'll use it to help me, do some basic research. Like if you go to ChatGPT and you just go uh, break uh, down duels earnings, or AG's earnings from last night. Right, like this kind of stuff, right? Make me a chart, look at the data, interpret the data, blah blah blah. But at the end of the day, if you're looking to have an LLM just trade for you, I don't think that's the move, right? That's going to think about it for some time. So that didn't really bother me. I know they did something where they removed some. It won't give financial advice, and it won't give the financial advice, and it won't give medical advice anymore. Those are the two biggest things. But the it's one of those. Okay, right? Like I want to be a trader, right? I don't want to have, and I'm someone who uses systems uh, to trade, that kind of thing. So, yes, Duolingo. I don't know. Just going through this earnings wrap up, and then we'll take the last few minutes looking at the SPY. Nothing really else I care about. Fig. Fig is doing what most IPOs do, which is unfortunate for people who buy into IPO hype. It's just, again, most IPOs. I've said it over and over again. It's like 80% undercut their IPO price at some point after the IPO, and that's about it there. So, man, it is really thinking there. Does Trade the Pool have some scanners? Yeah, Trader Evolution's got some basic, which is what a lot of people need. Right? High-low list, biggest gainers, losers, that type of thing. We're actually going to start putting some of that on stream soon, where we have some of those basics. So like new high-low list, you can do some filtering of show me stuff that's moving on volume and market cap and that type of thing. I'm currently sharing a different screen, but I can open the gainers losers list. You can do right. So this might be too big to share. Yeah, hold on. All right, so this kind of stuff just right in our system. It just shows you here's all the biggest gainers and losers, right? Which is what most people use most kind of basic scanners for. And then there's a high-low, new high-low list that you can do some amount of filtering on. Uh, grab this too. All right, so these are stocks that are making. These are stocks making new highs and lows. So, also, right, if you sign up for a trial account, you get access to trade ideas and you get access to uh, Trend Spider, like some of these guys that have scanners built in. So if you buy an account, you get some of those things as well, right? Tax saying Goolsby tanking the markets. Let's take a look here. Yep, he's doing a little bit of that. That's for sure. So, right, we're kind of smack dab right in the middle of this range right now, and slowly been a little bit of a pullback. Anyone who's calling this a crash is just an insane person. Um, I've heard people say stock market crash where we're down like 3% from all time highs. Here's the futures. So the reason I'm looking at the futures now and I'm spending a lot of time with this is the idea is that I want to look at this candle because this was the bad candle where people got scared, and then we sold down quite a bit more overnight, and that's where buyers came in. So anything that's kind of inside, and we can move this to clean up the chart. Anything that's inside, like let's just say this range right here from this high to this low, I'm looking at this as chop. And remember what happened back here. So we had the initial sell-off day, and then we just spent a week or two, probably 2 weeks, 10 bars before we broke out. So 2 weeks just hanging out inside this range. Could be the same thing happening where we have this little bit of a down move, and then we digest that for a period of time, and then we kind of push up as well, right? Yeah, all of the AIs are actually really good. ChatGPT is really, really good at think scripts and Pine script, which is trading views language. That's a great use for AI, right? Just going, should I buy or sell this stock? Look at this chart. I don't think that's the move. But saying, hey, I like opening range breakouts. Let's build a little strategy to test opening range breakouts and blah blah. That I think is an amazing use. That's actually what I use for all the time. So yeah, we're stuck inside this market. I expect some kind of range to keep place. You mentioned DVLT. That looks um, like junk. This looks like a data vault AI. If this CEO is screaming about shorts, then you probably want to avoid this company entirely. Is all I'll say. Shorts did not make this this happen. There's no amount of shorting that can make this stock move. And I bet you if you go DVLT, it's not even really heavily shorted. No, it's only 4% short. Right? It's ridiculous. Yeah, this is just an awful company that's going to zero. Right? SPY, yeah, getting to the low of this range, but again, we go to ES, also getting to the low of this range. So let's watch here off the open and see if whatever saying that Goolsby is talking about here. What a unfortunate name. Trump may have to run. Oh no, U.S. dismisses criminal charges for Boeing. So that might be a Boeing play right there. Nice little push up. So no one's going to jail for Boeing planes crashing and hurting all those people. So good for Boeing, I guess. So we are getting very, very close to the open. So I'm actually going to watch here on the futures just because the futures have a better idea of what this particular low is. So I want to watch this low very, very closely going into our open here and things. Yeah, anytime you hear a CEO scream about shorts, just avoid that company entirely. Right? A way a good CEO deals with shorts is has a good company. Like Apple's not worried about naked shorts coming and tanking their company because it's just a good company. It only becomes a problem. You only don't like shorts if the shorts are making money off your stock. And if they're making money on your stock, it means your price is going down. And it's not the shorts that cause that. It's being a crappy company that causes it, right? So far, not really doing much. I don't see those Goolsby comments. So he's talking about issuing a meme coin. Yeah, that wouldn't deal with shorts. Again, anytime he has to deal with shorts, you just got to go, hey man, make a good company. If you start making money, the value of your company will go up, and those shorts will have to cover. That's the best way to deal with the shorts is to not have a bad company. That's how I would tackle those guys. Yeah, so we're just trying to dig in here right off the bat. I'm looking over to see if there's any trades that have come through the bot. And yes, I have one already.
I'm
A A.
alive.
Oh, you're back. ACVA. Ooh, took a little short at that at geez. In the $6 range. No, am I short? No, I'm long. 5.8. What's the price here? 588. Yeah. So this is
Big watch.
just again that mean reversion play there.
Watching Pfizer like a hawk out the gates. Watching AU today for potential shorts. Lyft selling off after earnings. That looks great for a short also. Looking at some potential shorts later in the day today. I think today is the day where they go to right back up for a little bit and then knock it down. Oscar giving me an alert on the 18 pullback.
What's Oscar doing? Oh yeah, Oscar's dipping a little bit. I wonder if this will be because the algo. Let me bring up the algo here that we're looking at. I have it set so that this is kind of going to be the opening range that it looks for. So if this dips real quick to like 18 and then rips back through what 1850, that will be the trade there. So we can keep an eye on that. Again, just something I want to play with a little bit with this new strategy that we're coming up with. We're digging here.
Pfizer pulling back a little bit. Got to be careful today. Definitely not going to let it go red. Just going to keep with the size that I have right now. I'm in a really good trade. Can't get red, but we'll let it pull back here.
You gotta let them dance a little bit, right?
Yeah, the key is what I'll do here is I'm gonna probably put like a five, like get out like five, probably like 7/8 of the position, right? Pretty much, I'll just tell you the amount, right? I got 600 shares. I might get out 500 of it, break even, right? And then just look to see if I need to get back in it later today and add the size because this is for timing, right? It's all about timing, especially when you're trying to take a bigger swing. If it's not today, then maybe it's not today. But that doesn't mean that I'm not going to get out of it completely.
Bot took another short here in a CRK. Comstock Resources. So we got one long in this ACVA, and then one short in CRK here.
Solar starting off not too bad. We'll see what happens. I'm looking around out there, guys.
Read a real interesting research note about how the most hated stocks before Trump were China and solar, and those have been like the best performing from. It just goes to show that it doesn't really matter too much. So again, watching this Oscar, might just take a paper trade on this one. Again, we're looking for it to come down a bit. Right, it undercut. I have this 830 level. I said, okay, mark the low of the pre-market at 830. And that would be this zone right here, and then undercut that, and then rip back through. So we just need to see some buying come in here. Take a look at the overall market with the SPY, trying to come back up to VWAP a little bit, actually pretty decent, like a 0.5% sell just from 830 to 930, right? 0.5% down. And now it looking like it's trying to recover here. XLV.
Sell off. Lumen.
XLS. Yeah, Lumen popping here. Bought a little Fubo.
Might be a day trade.
The bot did. Picked up a little Fubo here.
Internet.
Dip. Oh, you lost it. You're back. You were looking at Lumen, I think, when we cut off.
Yeah, man, I like this 11 recovery. If it's going to make the recovery today's look for 11 back towards 12. We'll see what happens.
Be careful trading with sporadic internet outings, right? Just
Yeah, so the idea will be if I do take trades, today you will see me use stops immediately. So that will be the protection.
A good plug for the Trade the Pool iPhone app, right? Whether you're trading with Trade the Pool or not, have your broker's iPhone or phone, whatever.
You know what? You're making sense to me, man. You're talking sense to me. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, I talked to a trader I think a couple months ago, and he's like, yeah, my power went out in my house, and having the positions and blah blah. I'm like, dude, just pick up your phone. He's like, oh yeah, I don't have my broker app installed. Like, what are you doing? Like, you have this mobile device that doesn't need to be plugged into the wall. Have it there, and then at the very least you could open it up and liquidate any positions you have. You could get to cash. You could, you're not going to be a master trader from your phone, but as like a safety mechanism, and just go, okay. Like for me, again, as a bot trader with Trade the Pool and Signal Stack, that's all being done in the cloud. So I don't even need to have Trader Evolution open anymore, and I can kind of monitor from my phone. But just make sure that you're you're doing something like that, right? You've got some type of contingency plan for if things break, right?
Trying to get in on Lumen at 11 here, guys, on a pullback. We'll see if I get a fill.
Yeah, Lumen popping
Oh, there
Oscar.
you go. From
Oh,
me, so you know how that goes. I'll still wait for the pullback.
all right. So let's draw out this Oscar trade that would have triggered. Right, you can see the little green arrow right here. So we're kind of doing this on
Oh, I like it. I
the
like that
close of the
Oscar one.
candle. So
I'm
it
gonna go look it up.
immediately would have put the stop at the low of the day. And targets again is what we're going to allow to Mitch's discretion. But I think it's probably instantly going to throw out like a 1.5 R target is a good way. Then you can move it from there. You can sell parts. You can do all that kind of stuff. But thing I like about 1.5 R is that as long as you're right half the time, if that, like what 40% of the time, you're going to make money. So you throw out the target right away, you throw out the stop loss, and that's kind of if you're systems trading, that's just a tip. Just have the orders out there. And then
So
if you're
far.
sitting at your desk and you want to cancel the orders, if you're sitting at your desk and you want to you want to cancel the orders, you want to, move them, you want to sell some, go ahead. But just have the bot put out all those orders for you because it's 2025, right? It should. So here would be the trade, right? So we'd be long. Again, we're not taking this trade. We're just testing it. We're long 1869 with a stop of 1783 at the low of the day, and then a target of $20 basically. If it can get to $20, that would be 1.5 R. And then again, as the trade develops, trade arounds and things like that could happen. But we're just testing kind of the raw. You want to make sure that it's kind of profitable without human intervention. If it's profitable without human intervention, then you get to the point where I might just turn around and get stopped out here. Then you get to the point where you're kind of confident in trading it because then if it starts to do poorly, that's kind of your fault, right? And you can just either go back to the base system or adjust things or a lot of different things that you can do. So that's the idea there.
All right, guys, just got a little piece there of Oscar there, guys. Gonna set a stop here. Got to set it about $80. I'm gonna do about 1803 here. Got in with 200 shares on the day trade. Stop is set there. Target will be above the high of the day, towards like 1950s. There you go. Set them. Forget it. Trades on.
It's good to do with.
SoFi looks great too. Just a little too high for me here. It's starting to pull back there. That's what I wanted to see here. Now this is when I get in. I'm trying to get in on SoFi. Boom. I'm on the swing account here. I just took 100 shares there. Now I can risk the low of the day here towards like 2970s. Set it, forget it type of trade here on SoFi. Ooh, look at Oscar right back down to the 18 spot.
Not ideal. SPY kind of doing the same thing. You see this blue line is VWAP. We've come up here twice to touch VWAP.
I'll take a
And
little bit here.
we've been rejected both times. Our boy Walter doesn't seem to be saying anything. Yeah.
Take a little bit there. See if we can recover here. Right back up. There we go.
Boeing. Ooh, we alerted that in real time. I know, Mitch, you were trying to get things fixed. Our boy
Oh,
Walter
Boeing.
said no criminal charges for
Oh, that's a good one right
the
there.
737 Max dealy. And boom, just chopped around a little bit on the open and away she goes.
I'll try to grab a little bit here, and I'm going to try to add at 199, but I'm going to go small here and then just try to see if it works, right? It just starts to get green really fast. But, hey, I'll take a shot on news. I always like these. They sometimes just run. So looking for that continued
Well, yeah,
climb.
shorts, right? If anyone's short Boeing, they probably gotta get out pretty quickly.
All right,
SPY
doing not too
selling.
bad here, and Oscar can really go.
So
SPY
new
selling.
lows here on the SPY, and I think we are below that.
Mm.
No, we're not below the overnight price. We're right at the overnight price. So, like we always talk about, is this going to be a slice of that overnight price and then some sort of recovery? Who knows? We do have Trump talking. Like always, he's only supposed to talk, from what I've heard, about weight loss drugs. But it's Trump, so he might start talking about God knows what. So just know that, right, when, and it's not just him, like any president from history when trading, as soon as they get on stage, you go, okay, you know, who knows what they could say that could be a market moving event. So just be very, very cognizant of that, and just be a little bit on the back foot that there's someone coming to talk, and that person could disrupt the market pretty sizably and pretty wildly there.
Pfizer, it's come back a lot here, and I'm just keeping a very close eye on that.
What were you talking about? You cut out there again. Oh, and I think you cut out there again.
Oh,
Poor guy. Oscar's trying to retake VWAP here. We can take Boeing, continues to climb. Spy trying to bounce here. If Oscar can retake VWAP, that's like the second kind of retake. And again, low of the day stop. And then this is, so none of these things for our kind of fake simulated trade here has taken. Rip Mitch. I think his internet provider
R.I.P.
might get a earful tonight. Might go listen to
Costing me money, man.
like, what do you, hurry up. Thankfully, I'm still here. This is one of the benefits, I guess, about being the other side of the planet. We obviously are going to have different cell phone providers.
Rogers.
The
Yoo-hoo.
the FIBOP, you're back.
Am I
Welcome.
back? There you go.
Back.
I'm back like a track.
Sound SOUN. They did earnings last night, did they? No. When do they do earnings? Oh, they do earnings tonight. SoundHound does earnings tonight. WDC. Wow. Holy smokes. When's the last time you looked at the Western Digital chart? Look at that thing. Oof.
It's needed for the data centers, man. The
Yeah.
underlining asset.
Yeah. Man. Hard drives. Jeez. Because when I think Western Digital, I just think of
RAM,
external
too.
drives and
A
stuff.
lot of
But
RAM.
yeah,
A lot of RAM.
what a chart.
There you go. Boeing going higher here, guys. It's looking good here. I might step up.
It's always the
Break even.
quiet charts like that that really go. Not the
Yeah.
ones that everyone's looking at, right? But yeah, look at Boeing, not a red candle in sight from the 2-minute chart upwards. Over 200, that's a good psychological little zone there.
Oh, yeah. I'm waiting for it to pick up a little bit, and I want to add. I just got to wait for it to pick up.
Spy is trying to dig in here, but that's not really a bounce that I think is pretty significant. We have IW or Spy about flat, about down 2%. IWM down a little bit. The Qs are leading the charge down. So I bet you if we go XLV, which is healthcare, that's doing okay. XLF must be doing great. Yeah, finance is doing much better. And then XLK, that's the one. That's the laggard. So we just need tech. And this has been, you've heard us say this a lot recently, that we need tech to perk up, right? We need tech to get exciting here. And
Oscar looks good here, guys.
Is that recovering?
Yeah. Looks good here.
So yeah, we got our fake little trade on here. I want to monitor this. This is the one we're building the algo for. I'm excited about this one. If we get this one going, we got some cool plans for this.
You know what the best part? You're trading against me right now. We're doing it. We're doing it. First trade was a red trade, $83. Let's see if I can get it on the second trade, and you got it on the trade too. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
here we go. We got the first bot versus Mitch battle.
Yeah, so far, just it took the trade again. Stops just low of the day seems like a logical place, and you can adjust it or get crazy with it after that. But Spy digging in just might help kind of across the board. But really, I'm just taking this from Steve, and I'm sure he studies it. And, is right. Might not even be that earnings that matters for Oscar. It might be ACA, like that kind of stuff. The shutdown thing might be the biggest deal here for this, if and when that's
It
announced.
looks good. I think it's
They're after him again. They've got him.
just build
Poor, poor Mitch.
the bots. They're coming.
I know they're just trying to make a buck in the stock market, and they just won't leave you alone.
Right? These guys. AU going higher there. I think I'm ready for a gold short. It just needs to be above 70s, man. It's going to be a fun one.
Yeah,
All
I
right. Starting to
agree.
get a good
Yeah,
lift there
right.
in SoFi.
I agree. I think the shutdown is the reason the market is dead. And yeah, we're not getting the data flow that we're used to, right? Where there's not like a CPI and a PPI and a blah blah, right? And now that earnings is passed and FOMC is passed, we don't really have anything to scare us. So that's why I think everyone's just looking at what Trump's going to say, is because the market moves because there is new information that hits it, unexpected information that hits it. And generally speaking, at like 8 o'clock in the morning, we usually kind of get one each time.
SoFi taking off.
Yeah, SoFi, nice little ripper there. Someone questioned, is there a way to scan for sympathy plays? You could do like sectors, like you could do, like show me things in the same sectors. Problem is, there's still going to be a lot of dispersion in sectors, right? Like if you look at XLK or discretionary sector, for example, you've got Tesla and you got Amazon. They're both consumer discretionary, but they're obviously wildly different kind of companies. So a lot of traders I know will just kind of keep lists. They'll just have like an Excel spreadsheet with a bunch of lists. Like they'll have EVs and a list there. They'll have, right, and thematic ETFs may help with that. Holy smoke, SoFi.
SoFi. I know there's a couple of traders on this one, guys. A couple of your swing traders on this one. So I've been
I
talking
see
about
why.
the 30 spot, and I talked about it. I put it on the playbook. I hope it got out there on the Twitter. I was talking about this 30 spot. There's a buyer there, and I think I know one of them is actually buying at the exact 30 spots. So there you go, guys. We'll see if it can continue to lift here, but it just needs to just continue to lift off. Almost made it there to 31.
ChatGPT told me we should keep our secret about trading because knowing it, we compete with others. Yeah, if you do have a secret, I wouldn't. If you have something that really just destroys the market, then I wouldn't be out there advertising it all the time. Yeah, I'd say most people, like, that's your first biggest problem, is to get something that's so good at trading that people.
Market dragging here, guys. VIX is starting to take off a little bit. Come on, Oscar.
Just kind of not doing anything, eh? Right. So I've got this that trade
Oh, I
on.
got an Lumen.
Kind of not doing nothing. LUMN. Yeah.
Got a really nice fill out the 11 pullback. I left it there and I just literally left it there and it just filled. So let's go.
Oh, nice. Sorry, when you see my screen shrink like that, I've been playing with a new window manager. Shrink that. There we go.
Boeing pulling back some here.
So far, nothing. Those just these three trades for me: this ACVA, and that's starting to bounce back here. The what is it? CRK and Fubo. CRK and CRK is short, and then Fubo is long. So far, nothing really for me. And again, my trading generally there's two periods here. There's the pile-in period, and then there's the market kind of moves, and I either make money or I don't. So that's why for the pile-in period, I'm always laser focused on the market because that's kind of what's really going to matter. And Snapchat is trying to reverse here. Nice little sell off and reverse back through. D-Nut. D-Nut's having a fail.
SPY just tanking here, guys.
D-Nut.
SPY down she goes, guys. There's some names really falling off now.
Yeah, so we're right at these overnight lows, a little bit under now. So now what I want to see is this an undercut and rally of these overnight lows that we put in here? Right? Do we sell under these overnight lows and then rip or what? But again, nothing from our boy Walter, so no news flows that we really care about. JP Morgan says Bitcoin looks cheap. So take that what you will.
It's cheap. All right, guys. Might have to get out of SoFi here. Just
I'm trading
needs
Tesla.
a hold.
Tesla ripped yesterday. They had I guess yesterday is when they had the package. So I'm assuming it passed.
Well, we'll get the answer, but all the votes are in.
Oh, okay. But yeah, because yesterday it was just a relentless bid on this thing all day. So I just looked at the chart and I assumed that we already had that answer.
SoFi might be an out right here. It's just getting smacked. Someone got out at 303, 45,000 shares.
Yeah, speaking, I guess, of Bitcoin, we haven't really looked at the cryptos. So, right, Ether did that big sell off, massive bounce yesterday, like a 12% bounce yesterday, pretty big deal. And now it's just kind of chilling and pretty much the same across the board, right? Bitcoin did this big sell off and then put in a massive bounce here. So the question was that a good chance to buy under 100K? Or is this just kind of dead cat bouncy? We just won't know for a little bit, but kind of looking a lot like the market where, right, we had that sell-off day and then we had a huge bounce off yesterday if you include those overnight lows, and now we're kind of inside that candle. It's why you're seeing me look at the futures more than the SPY, because this candle to me is very important because we talked about this yesterday, but if you guys missed it, right,
SPY
yesterday night,
wiping things out right now.
yesterday night you had this sell right here, and then some buying program just came in, just popped, right? ENA just announced a coin on Robinhood. Oh, that's yeah. So a coin, they're moving a coin or putting a coin on Robinhood. Sometimes those are the tops of meme coins once they make it to like legitimate exchanges.
Oscar's still hanging in there.
Yeah, I was actually just looking at that, right? Because I've got that, we're testing this strategy on this one. Hasn't stopped out, hasn't got ripped up, but the fact that we're seeing this kind of downtrend in the SPY, which kind of reminds me of not yesterday, but the day before. If you look at the open, we had a bit of a sell and then it kind of rip right through. And the fact that this is at lows and Oscar is trying its darndest to get back through VWAP, that'll be interesting. And I'm rooting for this. I don't. Right, this is a fake trade. We're testing a theory, but I'm also just rooting it for our boy Steve, who we were talking to this morning. He still has his Oscar, so he's probably feeling good with this, roughly 10% gap up here. Hope for his sakes, we rip through new highs, we get to 20 something, and He's a real happy camper. Won't make me any money, but I'll feel I'll feel good for him.
Big
So that
dump in
feel-
SoFi, man.
oh yeah,
Big
wow,
dump.
really
That thing
they
was holding
reversed that
so
pretty
well,
hard.
man. Ah, it's one of those
We're in
frustrating
gr-
ones.
we're in grind down news, and the only thing we know that's coming up is this chat with Trump. That's the only thing that we know is really in our near future is that he's going to come up. And again, it's supposed to be about weight loss drugs, but who knows?
Got stopped out there in SoFi. That's a frustrating one.
SPY continuing down here, and again, I'm looking. I don't see anything at all of interest from the news front at all.
At least Pfizer recovering a little bit there.
Pfizer. So what's XBI? Yeah, XBI. So biotechs are up today, so that's probably going to help the whole Pfizer thing. That's actually a pretty good looking chart too. The fact that it dipped off the open there, undercut that pre and post market level, and then started to reverse and slowly turn green there. Oscar's still just farting about.
SoFi got washed, man. They're probably gonna come back, but it's just too much to hold there.
We have MDY or our mid caps are actually positive. RSP, so the average large cap stock's down 0.1% today, with the SPY now down 0.5%. So this seems very much, whenever you see that MD or the SPY RSP kind of divergence there, generally means there's one of the big cap tech guys is really leading the charge lower. So there's Nvidia. That might be the culprit. So Nvidia is leading. Tesla's actually holding on okay. So that's doing all right there. Amazon is fine. Meta. Ooh, flush there off the open on Meta.
Yeah, it's a tough day.
Yeah, Meta's been really weak here. Same with Microsoft. So yeah, we're seeing this. Let me see. I
Coal
mean,
hot today, aluminum hot, silver. Gold starting to fall off.
yeah, there's definitely a lot of like areas of strength here, right? Gold, XME, which is metals and miners, this is going higher. XLE, which is energy, is actually having a little breakout and a nice continuation there on the day. So that's a nice look for that guy as well. It's definitely not an everything bad day, but it seems like it's definitely a big tech bad day. XBI, which is biotechs, continuing to hold strong here. XHB, home builders holding strong, materials holding strong. A lot of sectors here look fine. Oil, and then you're getting a lot of just at the bottom here, a lot of tech. Right? WGMI is this UFO is down here. So space names, ARC down 2% here on ARC. Yeah, so
Gold
speculative
on my
tech is the
radar.
thing that's having the worst time.
Take an ad here on Boeing on a pullback. Slight one. If I can get it. Lumen coming back, not really trying to take off. Come on, Lumen. There goes the break-even test. See if buyers come right back in. AU starting to drop off. That looks interesting to me.
Thoughts on Halliburton. That's going to be kind of oil. Oh, not that Hal.
Quick drop there,
And
and Lumen and others. Watch
yeah,
out.
Halliburton is in that kind of like oil and energy kind of space here. So that's just doing well with the overall market. Chart looks good, right? Breaking out of a little base here. I mean, you can probably see the same thing. VLO probably looks the same. Yeah, nice little base breakout. A lot of these look the same, and they look real nice here. So it's good, right? It's just that sector is definitely on fire today. CLH, yeah, I saw that got killed off earnings. The energy drink sell off.
All right, guys, took a bet on AU to the short side. Still got Pfizer. That's going to just be a $50 bet there in AU.
Palantirs and Nvidia short, huh? That's what tax got on the go. Well, Nvidia short's definitely been paying here. That's for certain. Yeah, RSP is starting to give it up now, but you can see how much better RSP is doing for the SPY. I'll just give the speech for anyone who doesn't know why I always kind of quote these two. Right, the SPY is 500 names, heavily weighted to tech, like 30% of the S&P 500 is tech. So, everything in the market could do great, and tech could be having a bad day, and you'll see the SPY sell off. It's one of the problems with just looking at top line indices. Now, RSP is the exact same 500 names, but it is equally weighted. So it's going to be more of a good representation of what the average stock is doing. And when you have the SPY down 0.7% and you have RSP down 0.2%, you get a little bit of it just tells you, right? It tells you, hey, it is specific sectors that are having a really bad time right now, right? It's not everything, but and you can go to like Finviz, right, which I love as a website, and you can look, see, okay, so 44% of stocks are making new highs and 55% of stocks are making new lows. So slightly, right? We have 58% declining, so down on the day, and 36% advancing. So definitely a weak day. But if you just looked at the SPY, it looks kind of way weaker than it is. You just pop up whenever you're ready there, bud. I see you in there. I see you. Poor Mitch is having a bad internet time.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Noss. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing good. What do you do to Mitch's internet? What do you do to break
It's
it?
the evil market makers.
Yeah,
coming after him.
yeah.
He must be working something. He must have not. What, he put his stops out there? Now they're taking his internet over. Is that what
He
happened?
had a stop loss on his internet. And they came for him, but
Yeah. How's chat doing? How you guys doing this morning?
it's good. Tax shorting a bunch of stuff. That's working. There's been bleeding all day, which makes me think you probably had a pretty good morning with your hangovers. There's probably, I'd imagine that on weaker days, your strategy there probably performs a little better.
Yeah, so I went over them a little bit in the chat. This right before the market open, SLDP. I think Josh's chat caught this one. SLDP profit taking out of the gates on that setup. MTC was one I've been leaning in on, traders. MTC, although it hit the magic 20, 320, and now it's getting a little pop here. So I'm monitoring this action. It's been heavy all morning. This play was just so crazy yesterday, Nos, MTC. I'm sure some of the traders.
What, 35 to $3, so like a 10x in a day? That's crazy.
Yeah. This play has been.
What was their Farcoin Treasury, or is it like a real company?
Oh, no, actually, they're getting delisted. I
Oh,
think shorts
that's
got over convicted on it, which created this move. It's
okay. Yeah, getting delisted, objectively bad.
yeah, yeah,
10x,
yeah.
10x return. This is why I always say that, like, the people who are like perma bears is, man, you're just playing life on hard mode as a perma bear, because you could be right on a company like this that it's crap, but it's just gonna rip 10x just randomly one day. Oh man, it just seems like, now for day trading, again, different beast for day trading, but it just seems like long-term shorting is just such a hard game. How mad would you be, right? You have your investment thesis about why this is a crap company, and then you wake up and they go, "Oh, they're getting delisted." You go, "Yeah, I was right," because of 10x in your face.
I know, dude. It's so awful.
Yeah.
People got obliterated on this name yesterday. So, guys, I mean, it's just I know we say it in here how the market just prints information. It's neither like it's not good or bad. It's the interpretation is just this information, and even as irrational as
Yeah.
it can be, we have gotta. That's why I go over all the time. You gotta know what you're gonna do in the face of this irrationality. That's what ultimately
Mhm.
matters, because you do so much analysis on something, and you almost think you kind of get over biased on a name because you're like, oh, their financials are awful, yada yada, and then you see this MTC where they're getting delisted, and they go from 25 cents up to 320, and here we go
Well,
again, waking back up today.
there's there's a sunk cost fallacy, like a sunk time fallacy. I think the more that you research, which is like, if you're really into all of these things, there's the more time you spend on something, I think the more you have like that natural urge to be correct.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's really harmful. And again, one of the benefits that I have is, that's why I say all the time, is like, I don't know what this company is, but my robot bought it, is it allows me to just stay completely void of, if I don't even know what the company is, I find that that's better for me. I don't want to scan. I don't want to look around. I don't want to, yeah, because I just want to stay as away from it as I
As
possibly can.
neutral. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, as soon as you start involving yourself, things can get ugly. I've noticed that for myself too. It's like take like for example today, take the hangovers, and I get stopped out on one, and then the BW, that one's getting a little spike, so I stopped out of that. You ride her right out, but then the other ones, SLDP just bleeding on out, and you have confidence to just let these plays continuously work out because seeing it
Mhm.
over and over and over again. Mr.
What's
Mr. Money
going
Mitch.
on, man? What's going on, man? Spectrum trying to take me out.
Oh, Spectrum. Yeah, yeah. That's when they introduced fiber into my neighborhood. I was like, give me, give me, give me, give me. I don't think Spectrum's on that fiber. I'm not sure in your area, but yeah, it can be iffy, that network connection there.
At least Pfizer's doing well.
Yeah. So the trading going well though this morning, despite it.
Yeah, well, I have a swing trade on in Pfizer, pretty big position. Looking for
Okay.
that to start making a big move. We've been seeing a lot of tape action, so it's trying at least. It's doing a pretty good action right now, Pfizer.
Yeah, and Oscar, right? Just not like, it's not doing well, right? So we're testing out this kind of strategy. Me and Mitch have been building on this Oscar, and it's not doing great. But the fact that the market's just been bleeding all day, and this is a large enough name that it's going to be somewhat related to the market. The fact that it's been just holding strong,
Hmm.
that could be a sign of some accumulation going on there, right? They're, at the very least, they're not selling Oscar the way they're selling
Okay, so the system
everything
you
else.
set up is based on kind of like the anomalies, and like when the market's bearish, you find what tickers are holding. What is that kind of how it's eyeballing
Well,
these?
yeah,
What
and
tickers are
this
holding
one's
up?
mainly in like an undercut and rip through after. So we want to see things undercut the pre-market range and kind of
Hmm.
quickly come back through and break back through VWAP. And this is one of those that has that potential chance, because everything else broke the pre-market range and just continued kind of all morning. So that's our main focus here. So that's why, again, I like it, is because if they're not selling it, then might be some move from there. If the market just chills out, Oscar might be one of those ones that really kind of participates the upside.
Hmm.
So could Pfizer. Let's go. I need Boeing to come back, man. I've been hanging out in that thing, but it looks good. It's just building on the 15-minute. Needs to get back above the 200 spot, but let's see what happens.
EVC is another hangover traders out there. This was decent setup, and there's still opportunity here on the downside. EVC against kind of that consolidation period. I haven't taken this one yet, but three's holding up. We saw the upper wick to 3, and now back on the previous close. So I'm eyeballing that previous close line, see if she's going to hold there, pull back under that. Additionally, on the daily, when you see upper wicks like this, I mean that's a good risk level too. The 315, a couple upper wicks on the daily. And then I've found that when they start pulling in even towards close to that open, a decent majority of the time they actually will pull under it, and we do see a lot of these tickers go red on the day. Man, CIFR, this one, CIFR was a little hangoverish today too, but that chart over the last 5 days, I mean, very ping-pongish, up, down.
Yeah, I saw that about Nancy Pelosi not running again. My quote on Twitter, my spicy tweet that got some people mad. It was, "What's everyone going to complain about now when she's still a better trader than you after she leaves the government?" Oh man, it's one of my favorite things to do on Twitter now is just get everyone all riled up. And I do the tweet and I put my phone away for the day, and then I wake up the next morning and everyone's all jazzed up, and it's hilarious.
You like to stir the pot, huh?
Yeah. It's trying very, very hard to bounce here. It just doesn't feel like it, right? So right, we have these lows down here, and that's what we're trying to kind of dig in and hold, right? We got these lows about 672. We talked about this, me and Mitch talked about this yesterday, where that to me is the line in the sand, right? If we're below 672 on like a big basis, like, we close there for a while, then I'm like, okay, maybe it's time to kind of reassess some of my long positions. But yeah, we're trying to dig in there, we're trying to hold. So coin flip for Elon getting his cash, is that what's going on? And is that happening now, Tack? I want to find out when this vote is for his, because that could be an interesting move there from the Tesla front.
Grail just getting grailed today. That should have been a nice one for me. I'm back.
So we got that vote, that $1 trillion vote. That's how well do you sleep the night before a vote of whether or not you can become a trillionaire? Oh, today at the close. He's saying, "Oh, that sucks."
Is ready for the challenge. He doesn't even think about the money anymore. You can't think about money when you're that rich.
No, it's a video game at that point, right? You're trying to get the high score.
Literally a video game. It's like when you get to the end of a video game and you're upset because it's the end of a video game and you have no more to play. Well, guess what? Elon just got another extension to that end of the game. So
yeah, because it's to the point where you physically can't spend all of the money. Like you couldn't. There's nothing. What would you ever?
Yeah, what are you buying every day? So
power.
What time will? I'm just asking Perplexity. We know if.
And he just wants to live in Mars, guys. It is a bloody sea of bread in
Spectrum. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Is Spectrum publicly traded?
Let's short them.
They should get shorted right now. Dude, it's crazy there, guys. You guys got momentum names getting washed. Look at Hood.
Yeah.
Whew. Ooh.
Oh, they beat. And they beat.
Look at AMD. They're taking it to the woodshed today, guys. It's
saw
not even
I s
Ethereum's getting taken to the woodshed. Also, that Bido, guys, the biddy. It's all about the biddy now, guys. The biddy's holding well
I
today.
saw where, Hood is actually trying to get involved in the Hood as far as real estate goes. They're, what are they did you see that PR?
No, you can trade real estate now?
No, they're, competing with, I guess, lenders, to give you a better rates for loans. They partnered with, a lender. I didn't dive too deep into it, but yeah, it was that news came out a few days ago.
Oh lordy, 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 lord. Yeah, there's a lot of names in the woodshed, guys. That's all I
Yeah, a
can
lot
say.
on the watch list. I mean, if you look in the watch list, it's a good way to gauge market sentiment. Here's EVC, the hangover selling off again under the previous close now, so you can monitor that for further bleed today. But if you take a look at your watch list and a lot of it's red, it gives you some good insight on the day. The overall day may be the sentiment a little bit more bearish on the day, so just make sure you're mindful of that. There's many variables to the trading, right? It's not just
Oh,
what
yeah.
the pattern recognition is. Are you trading a bull flag? But a bull flag in a very bearish market, it might be not the sturdiest, of grounds to be trading on. So I wanted to pull up this chart for you guys too. Rainy. I think we've been talking about this one for a while, but it was
We
in this
have, yeah.
ascending triangle pattern. Higher lows were forming in a clear resistance 250s. It just put in an upper wick here today, and it's back down on that lower trend now, which may even snap again on a day that's more bearish. So just bear that one in mind. All right,
Fastly doing really well, guys. Have you seen that one today? It already. But
swinging it over to you.
you guys. I gotta probably do another share. It's FSLY. So
FSLY, got it.
yeah, it's on the penny stock scanner for me, and it's trading with a lot of volume. I don't know if I had earnings, but man, nice drive today.
Yeah, full year earnings, sale guidance, analyst upgrade. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
the hourly is holding really well at 10 there, so it could climb back. I think to that that 1070.
Oh, you were mentioning SLDP earlier, weren't you, Kevin? The bot just picked some of that up.
Yeah, and it's probably a decent scoop. This is a more reputable ticker. It's in the sector that's been hot, and if you look at the yearly, it's been in a nice uptrend. But again, dude, imagine Nos, you had a hangover and this bot work. You literally take
Mm,
both sides of it. Take the profit
hmm
taking and then scoop it on up. Yeah, that could be working both
That's
sides.
the benefit of multiple systems, right? That happens. It's not common, but that happens periodically in which, I'm short something, and then I turn around and you end up buying it right after. So, yeah, it certainly can happen. But this particular system for those people wondering, it's essentially just a pullback after a really strong move. It's looking at this and saying that was a
Right.
mega move, and then it's kind of pulled back and. Yeah, as many systems I possibly can, right? It's again, like we've talked about, the challenge with the trade the pool side of things, just finding that balance from how much can I trade and not get stopped out. That's the
Mm.
issue, right? Because if I take a million trades, really, really, really tiny and really, really small, um, that I just pay a bunch of commissions, right? There's a certain size that you can go to in which you're just paying commissions, right? You're not going to make enough to get over that hurdle. So that's kind of what I'm dealing with now. But if I risk too big, then I run the risk of getting stopped out. What I was noticing sometimes is that I was getting stopped out in my trade the pool account, but then I would look at my actual broker where I run the same bots and be profitable on the day, because there's no kind of daily stop out there. But that's the benefit, because I'd love to use, once I get to the big boy account, I'd love to have a 200K account and have that mirror what I'm doing on my own personal side. It's kind of like, why not, right? Why not have access to additional buying power like that?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, because you're going to have that buying power. You can maximize it on multiple setups. Good job, line on SLDP. Good work there. And are you still working some of that position? So
I mean, yeah, because
once
you have that buying power. You can
once you start seeing these more, and you're taking the trades on high conviction over time, what you're probably going to start doing is on these leaving even a piece leftovers to work for you, whether that's a quarter or half position or something. I've been considering here is leaving some of these on for like in a smaller position, like Nos is saying with his bots, but leaving them on for majority of the day.
yeah.
I take some of them off. I think a little early. Something I'm
Let me see.
looking at. Something I'm looking at doing here, leaving more of a larger piece to work throughout the day, like because honestly, like sitting here staring, like I know with these hangovers, for example, we take good entries on them, but staring at the tickers sometimes creates like a situation in which we may trade emotionally, versus just going about the day. Some of my better trades are just going about the day, not
Well, and
looking.
these are good experiments to have. I think I've told. Let me see. I think I told you guys about this morning. So this guy, again, he wouldn't even like it if I was showing him this, showing this stuff, even though it's public. He's posted on Substack, but like I talk about with a lot of people, you should do a Substack or something for like a diary. He's not doing this for fame. He's doing it for tracking, but he's simply entering. He's taking these trades, and again, this is a huge trader, right? Like multi-million-dollar a year, up or down kind of trader, and he's taking a lot of these names, and you guys probably recognize a lot of these. There's Thar and Tren and a lot of these things, and just saying anything that gaps over 70%, I'm shorting it off the open. Whatever the opening price is, I'm shorting it.
Yeah.
No stop loss, no profit target, and I'm closing it at the end of the day. And so far, he's just started a couple days ago, but these are his results where he's actually doing very, very well, right? So 52%, 48%, 15%, and then one loser here on an RHLD. So these are the kind of things that I would do when you're kind of asking yourself these questions, Kevin, is just start something like that. Start a Substack where I'm going to say, okay, let's take the hangover entry, the exact hangover entry that I use, and then the closing price, and just
Hmm.
record those every day, and then compare that versus your trading. And this is, I tell this story a lot, but this is how I actually got into systematic trading, is that I had these kind of semi systems that I was playing with, and I said, screw it. And I opened up another account. I put like 10 grand in it, and just said, okay, this account is fully systematic. I'm not going to touch it. I'm not going to look at it. I'm not going to do anything to it. It's just going to go. And then I'm going to look at what I'm doing to add value to the bot. And on a percentage
Yeah.
basis, after like 3 months, I'd been way better of just opening the trades when it happened and just leaving them till the end of the day.
Yeah.
So eventually I just went, screw it. Right. I have now documented that, because I would be willing to bet, just based off what I've seen with these trades, and we all know that I love Kevin's hangover system, that the amount of times that you would just get something just collapse all day, your results would be more inconsistent because you're not taking profits as rapidly. But I'd say those couple times that the thing just opens up and just poops all day would more than make up for it. And now you're doing like 10 times less work because you're just whatever, let them go. And you'll probably end up in the long run, I think, making more money with less work, which seems like the dream, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. There are some of these that just bleed all day long, and then they, yeah. So as far as the stops the strategy, I like the ride or ride out mentality with this setup. I know.
Well, and this is what I was talking about. So I said I'd show you this. So this is what what I think he's trying to do, and I haven't talked to him about it yet. I've only talked to this guy a handful of times, but he's doing what this is called an MAE and an MFE. And simply put, these are just fancy words. MFE or MAE means maximum adverse excursion. So it means from the moment you've entered, how far did it go against you? Like, what is that absolute height? And what I think he's trying to do is he's trying to pull out this data from this particular, just short it at the open if it's up too much, and he's recording this MAE right here, MAE from alert. And I think what he'll probably end up doing is like the highest one here is 93%. This is 17%. This is 16%. And he's going to just record this data over a series of months and then probably just put his stop outside of whatever that is. So say, 90% of stocks go 20 to 30% against them before they start making money. Well, he'll just start putting a stop 40% of the money. And right, but it's about like that data generation period, and I think that's the experiment that he's doing right now. And although it sounds crazy for us, it's him putting $10,000 per position. For him, it's nothing. It's no big deal. The thing could 10x, and it's not going to dramatically hurt him. But yeah, so he's looking at this one. He's saying worst I would have lost in this one right here would have been 93% or $10,000. So he can just, take this spreadsheet that he's building and put 3 months of data in it. Well, he can very precisely know mathematically where to put a stop loss on how much he would lose on that position, and he can, he can end up having a really solid. I'm not just going to put a stop at the high of the day because it looks nice, right? He knows exactly, right? 90% of my trade should only go 20% against me before they go in target. So if it goes more than 20% against me, I'm out. So again, this is the kind of thing, and I just wanted to show this to you a little bit, but mainly to the class here, and just say this is he didn't get to be this big.
It's data driven. That's what's
Yeah.
so great about it. It's data driven. It's not emotionally driven. This
Right.
is just based on facts. No emotions involved, and that's where you want to get as traders, whether you're utilizing the systems or even yourself. How make it as systematic even for yourself as possible via orders, however you need to do it. But taking the emotions out of it, I think universally everyone would agree. Taking your emotions out of it is the best way to get the equity curve that you so desire.
Get you 14 dogs, 2 cats, 2 turtles, and 2 bunnies. I promise you will gain a very quick grip of those emotions. I promise you. That's what I always tell a lot of traders. Have you about 5 kids in about a 5-year stretch? Listen.
No. Don't.
That does not help with the emotions.
Yeah, I was about to say five kids. One of them is getting left outside one day. you're sleeping out. The two is enough. Meanwhile, while we're chatting here, the SPY's bounced right to VWAP, and is holding that VWAP pretty strong. So let's see I think this is kind of moment of truth, right? If we roll back over and we break lows, could be a pretty nasty day. If we rip back through VWAP, then holy smokes, what a bear trap. Right.
That was a nice sell-off right there. I was kind of missed most of it, unfortunately, but that was a nice sell-off there from SPY. NVIDIA, Tesla, AMD down 5% on the day. That one's a big.
Oh, I did. People were asking when we know about Tesla, and TAC was right. It's 4 Eastern, so that's when we'll know about whether Elon can become a trillionaire
or not.
News. So, and I will feel real bad for him if he can't become a trillionaire. I'm going to write him a letter and say, listen, I'm sorry, bud. I'm sorry times are so hard for you. If there's anything I can do to help you out, let me know. Obviously it's important for the stock price, right? The idea is that if you can get him stopping to care about politics and silly things for a period of time, and him actually care about Tesla, then maybe he can push the robots and all that kind of stuff, right? So yeah, Tesla rolling back over here, new lows. NVIDIA just kind of barely holding on, and then we have the SPY bouncing quite a bit. So it might be some kind of under the hood stuff, right? What's healthcare doing? Nothing. What's finance doing? That's the one that bounced. So we have financials bouncing, then XLK. Oh yeah, trying to go here, but yeah, pretty red across the board here. So I'm happy. I'm looking at my swing account. It's green today. I'll take it. Green at all, I'll take.
Yeah, definitely in this market right now, I would take any green day for sure. Take the greens when they're coming.
Mm-hmm.
J-Web says, I don't think he's going to get it. Yeah, I know, not the, yeah. The sarcasm I read just a little bit there, Mr. Noss. So yeah, it's just going back to like that first, what was it? The McLaren he got, like his first car, that video or whatever with his girlfriend forever ago. And I'm like, that car alone probably costs more than all the money I've made in my career. Possibly, I don't know what that
Mhm.
McLaren is worth now these days. My point is, but
Well, and that's what that PayPal exit got him, right? And
right,
it's weird because I'm reading on Twitter trying to get not that I don't really even own any Tesla right now, but trying to get an understanding of what people think are going to happen, because that's step one. If you're going to trade off a news event, you need to know what the kind of aggregate opinion is, not your opinion, but what the aggregate opinion is. And it
Yeah.
seems like, I'm just going on by Dan Ives, who's a smart guy when it comes to this kind of stuff. He's like almost certain that he's gonna. So I think the risk. Then what you do is you look, if you can look at what people think is going to happen, and then look at the actual event, then you could be ready to trade it. So imagine if everyone in the world, if you can find more than just Dan Ives, if everybody thinks it's going to happen and it doesn't, well, that could be a pretty wicked short, right? That could be
Right. Yeah.
be some alpha there, right?
yeah.
Let's actually just ask Perplexity here. What are the... I love AI.
Yeah, having that just does work, like the Chat GPT or whatever, all that kind of stuff that you can just kind of like, it's like it's the newer, faster Google is what I call it. Like my parents ask about it, and I'm like, yeah, it's just pretty much like Google, just faster and more elaborate.
Yeah, because like what I'm asking it here. So the first one I said, give me the exact time that we should expect. And it goes, we don't have an exact time, but the shareholder meeting starts at 4 Eastern. So now I just went back to it. I said, go take a look. And I was like, what's the street's thoughts on the probabilities of him getting a package approved? And I did like the deep search mode that takes like 5 minutes or whatever. And then we see. Then we'll go back and we'll see what's everyone thinking.
Got some AMD short right here, taking this down to the 238s right now. Talked about this on my live streams. It will take me a little bit to get over to you guys. I was thinking we were going to get that crack ahead of time, but I am in on this AMD short. I've got the 240 puts, Friday's expiration date pulled up here, and here we are in and out of the 238s here. So I'm going to start trimming some of this, doing contracts, love doing so. Then this is what I'm talking about, where you just get in about 10, 15 puts right here, take you some good profit. Next thing you know, you're up about $600-700. I love days like this, but this is, again, day trading options. We talked about this before. Super risk. Got to know what you're doing. I mean, even like Nasa talked about trading options. I mean, this is not something I know you talked about maybe getting into, but you've got to know what you're doing when you're doing it if you're day trading these singular. Because that wasn't a thing. I've said this for years. Back in 2019, 2020, and I think it was 2020 to 2022, you started to hear about it, and now it's a full blown thing where people are day trading these options. And I'm like, they weren't meant to be day traded. There's a reason why they have expiration dates and months out for you. It's, somebody I've always said it's an option. So if you don't have the, the equity, the capital to go buy actual shares of the company, or even the ETF that we know about now, that's what these options are for. You can get a little piece of the pie, but you got to know what you're doing.
I think the best rule of thumb where people kind of fall with zero DT option, which I'm not at all against, I think they're great vehicles for trading, is just always when you're buying a zero DT option, buy it as if it's going to go to zero. Right?
Yeah.
Just in your head, assume, and that's actually what I really like about them, that the risk is built in. Right? If you're buying it and it costs you $1,000 in premium to buy the option, if you're wrong, you're losing $1,000, right? Especially if you're wrong very quickly. The amount of time that you can salvage a lot of premium from those things is going to be very, very low. So if you just build it and that's your risk, right? Every trade I'm going to risk $100. Okay, let me find a zero DT option that I'm going to spend $100 on, and if I'm wrong, things are just going to go to zero. And if I'm right and we get some kind of outsized move in the market, I'm going to make $500-600. Now, have a stop loss and try to salvage as much of that option as you can. But I think the problem is when people look at these, they look at them just kind of like extreme leverage, and they don't have it in their head that if you're wrong, things going to zero, right? If you're wrong, it's all over, and then 1, 2, 3 trades and they're wiped. Which is another reason why the pattern day trader rule is like the stupidest thing in the world. It's like, oh, you need a 25K account to day trade because it's dangerous. Here's an option that's going to be worth nothing in like 5 minutes. Like it just doesn't. There's way more likely that people are going to wipe out their accounts doing stuff like that without the proper education or account size than just the other side of it. So,
and I think a lot helped myself, at least at first. I just kind of look at it when I see those, because I don't really trade. I don't look at the contracts at all. I know that Theta, look at it maybe a little bit. I line it up with, I have it below AMD, but I traded small caps for the longest time. And so I reckon that too, like, oh, I'm used to this kind of volatile movement. Here we go down. Okay, I'm going to trim here, guys. By the way, 238, I'm out now, all but 2 contracts on AMD here. If we get down in the 236.50 mark, I'll call it completely. But there's your 238. But I just traded small caps for so long. So when I see that movement, or I see those, that I'm like, okay, cool. Like, I know what can be volatile. I know where to have a stop loss at. It's just one of those things that you have to. I've always been good with, kind of analogizing things or comparing things and putting that into perspective. And a lot of traders I think, struggle with that. I think me being maybe a sports brain and saying, like just understanding certain things that have to happen. Like, I'll be watching football. Here we go. Come on, AMD. And like, even though literally going back to the Broncos Giants game a few weeks ago, where Broncos came back from whatever it was, 18 down. I'm like telling Avery, my wife, of course, she's probably just like, yeah, whatever, Josh. I've got to talk to someone in these games. But I'm like, okay, if we can do this, and if this can happen, and then but now if we go, we score now. But if we get a turnover, we got to score now. But if we don't score by 5 minutes, and everything that I kept saying was working its way out. Where if you score this, because again, what's it come back to, Nas? What's it come back to, Kevin? Me seeing hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of freaking sports games. So now my brain has kind of logged in this like subconscious intuition this gut that we build in the stock market. It's the same thing, right? It's worth 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years down the line, you start to understand, well, this can happen, but this has to happen. If we're going to get there, then this has to happen by now. Those things start to correlate together in my brain, I think, a lot more and a lot quicker. And so, yeah, it's just, I think that helps my brain out when it comes to trading systematically and being my own discretionary trader, having that sports brain of, this has to happen. Okay, we've got the win. Take the win. Take the field goal. Just run the clock down. Just kick the field goal. We don't have to get a touchdown or whatever. It's just kind of those things of take the profit, right? I don't have to have and win by 50. A win's a win. I love to win by 50 every game, but we know that's not going to happen. Just some of those things that I think my brain's been able to correlate over to the stock market.
And that's I always tell people that take any life experience you can, regardless of what it is, and apply it to the markets. It's Tom Sosnoff, who's right, billionaire, options trader, and everything. Always just says that he loves when he's doing just regular business with people and he finds out that they trade a little bit on the side, because there's just a lot of quick decision and business making acumen and all of that kind of stuff comes from that side of things. But yeah, quickly the market just tapped VWAP now twice and just kind of completely rolled over. So we are right at that 672, and the reason 672 is important, it's these lows here, right? It's these overnight lows that we're now kind of breaking under. And if we do the ES, we still have a while to go here to get to that overnight low, and that's 6,750. That's the 6750 is kind of the line in the sand here for me, for the ES, just because that's something happened when we got to that price where things bought in. Now, FYI, in 20 minutes from now, we got old Trumpo out there talking, so we'll see what he says.
Yeah.
He could ruin us or he could save us, but we're starved for any data because there's just nothing's happening out there. So he could come along and say, oh yeah, no, I don't know. I got JPOW here in a headlock and we're going to make them lower interest rates. Or he could do the other thing. So, but yeah, meanwhile, while everything's bleeding, you can tell that I'm, pretty quiet about my trades because I'm not doing too much, to be honest. That Oscar experiment we took, that stopped out and it kind of gave way with the market there. So that's one experiment here for the setup that we're doing, but that's just the nature of it, right? It's all gonna be like that.
Yeah, SLDPs, guys, anybody still working that hangover? She is still just bleeding on out. Low 720 may be an area, to take a third or quarter off there.
Yeah. Compared it to Hertz the other day, I said, this is today's Hertz play right here. This is had the same chart set up as Hertz did, as in day one to day two. You go look at SLDP day one, go look at Hertz day one, almost identical. And then you just, like you said, I talked about that this morning. You sent that alert out too, of course, of the hangover plays, which I kind of remembered. I was like, oh yeah, SLDP. Talked about that on my live stream earlier and gave the levels out. And I was like, I know Kevin's going to be all over this one. And yes, definitely the hangover play of the day. Now, again, nothing super crazy. We're not getting $5, $10 dumper rooskies, or it just comes all. We're not getting the move to get those. So You know, take it with what we're getting here. But yeah, SLDP, nice, brother. Good one. And I'm watching also MTC. That one's still trying to pop up a little bit here for small caps.
MTC, yeah, Wild Wild West over there.
Oh, come on. Wickedy wow wow. Wickedy wow wow. You don't want to hang out with Will Smith?
Right into VWAP there, right? And
Yep.
It'll be interesting to see if that holds.
Yeah, I would love that back up to 3. Big time fails there yesterday and after hours. I would love that. Yeah, back up to 285, 3 area somewhere in there. Yeah, that would be juicy. So got that on watch. AMD is my only current trade, still on that 2 contracts like I talked about. And what helped me, I mean, like Nas talked about, the SPY killing, run into that VWAP and just killing over there. Whew, I loved seeing that, and I knew AMD was about to fall over for more. So. And, we could see SPY all the way down to that 670 weekly low range there that we had the other day. So I would not be surprised if we see it down to 670 coming up soon. But again, yeah, what's Trump say? We could see 660s.
Yeah, 660, you see 7,000. I wouldn't be surprised anytime he's up there. I wouldn't be surprised to see either of those. And he comes out and goes, "Oh yeah, we're the best deal with China that anyone's ever had, and we're gonna make so much money," and everyone gets super jacked up because this isn't just like the other one. I think what's baffling most traders is usually when you have a sell-off. Again, we're down like 4% from all-time highs, but when you have these kind of sell-offs, generally speaking, there's like a catalyst to it, right? There's something that knocked us off our stool, and then you sell for a couple days and you find a bottom. But there wasn't that, right? There wasn't like a catalyst event. Earnings were mixed. You had some stuff ripping after earnings, some stuff selling after earnings. So with earnings mixed and a lot of other things like that going on, then it's like, yeah, it's not an event that has happened. It's just more of a kind of meander slowly lower. And I think that's one of those things that's really got people curious because there wasn't like, it's not like JPOW said something that scared us, or there was like a whole bunch of really bad earnings that hurt, or Nvidia hasn't even reported yet. So it's just kind of slow in here, right?
Yep. Good call out there. Appreciate it, King Lion, for the love there. Little love, yeah. AMD. I was on the live stream with that. You guys like, patience. We'll get it. AFJK. That was another one alerted there on my Discord. Has halted up 3 times in a row from around the $15 mark up to 35 with some big old gap ups.
Oof.
Now talk about Wild Wild West.
Yeah,
AFJK. Yeah, now that one, that's some Wild West right there. All right, who wants to go? Who wants to trade it with the real account?
Yeah, I'm gonna go call the bank. I'm gonna mortgage my house. I'm gonna short it.
And that's on like hardly any shares too.
Yeah, like look at these 2 minute. These are 2 minute candles. So there, it just literally did one print and halted.
Yeah,
there's just nothing. These are hilarious to me. Like this is pure speculative kind of gambling. But yeah, no way, no thanks.
Oh yeah. That's fun. I love when I see those with those massive gap ups. I'm like, oh man, with very little share size being traded in those. That's and then imagine that too. If there are shorts available on your shorting brokers, and there are people just getting nailed right now, and I'm like, oh, but then what happens? They get out, blow their account up, and it comes all the way back down to like 10, goes red for the day, and they're like, oh, I know it.
Oh, that's it's one of the reasons why I don't even look. I don't have, and I worked for a company that built scanners for like 10 years. I don't have scanners anymore. Just for my kind of personality and my styles, I just found that it was, it's kind of cool to catch up on what's going on in the market and things like that. But I don't want to react. Like everything I do is planned. Every trade that's going to come through the bot, I knew about at 6 o'clock last night. And then from there, it's just everything just kind of happens the way it happens. And so far, they're all red. Like I think every trade that the bot's taken today is red, but very, very small because only 4 trades, right? Generally, I'll get like 10 to 15, but yeah, just waiting. So a nice bounce in the market. I think I've got 1 short, and 3 longs. So ideally a bounce for me, but is what it is, right?
Yeah. Got to take them when you see them. You know, you see the pitch you like, you got to take the swing. I mean, it's just like baseball. You know, those guys see a pitch, they love it, and they like it, and they take a swing. Sometimes they're going to miss. You know, sometimes they'll barely get. You know, they miss it and they get on base, or they hit a great one, but it doesn't. You know, the guy catches it barely, or you know, so it's
Right. So it's
like
just
that.
you work hard and you're going to get lucky along the way. Just keep, yeah, it's capital preservation, guys. Like on some of the setups, like Lion, you mentioned MTC. It was a hangover. I hit that one out of the gates and took some on it. I'm still eyeballing it as there's potential there. But yeah, you're going to you put yourself in your favorable conditions with your edge, and you're going to get lucky along the way, like the SLDP that's still bleeding. Some you're going to get stopped out on, and that's okay because you want to take yourself out of the outcome of the trade. I watched Jimmy's funded interview that they just did. Go and watch that one, guys. It's very good. He spoke about that. Essentially, he's trading like a systems trader. He just got funded on the 200,000 account, and he's doing very well with that approach. Just detaching himself from the outcome. It's a challenging thing to do. It very much is, but that's the way we're going to see profits, right? Because when we detach, it's different from any other career. You got to just take yourself away from the outcome. You can't do that in any other career. Imagine a doctor doing that. No.
Yeah. Oh, that guy died. Oh, that's unfortunate. But
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
I think there's probably some of those along the way. I bet there's
Yeah,
probably been a few, unfortunately. But yeah,
there might be.
you don't want those. You know, you don't want that guy.
The example that I always give is that it's wild to say, but literally I could come into work and I could smash my forehead on the keyboard and make 100K. It could happen. Doesn't mean that it's a good trading strategy that has to kind of exist for the long run. Yeah, you could do everything right, and your probability is just everything we're doing is a probability, right? So we're just we're dealing with it from there, and then vice versa. I could have the best programmed system with a 90% win rate, which will never happen. That you get a 90% win rate, and 10% of the time you're going to lose, right? So it's like you can do the worst thing and make a bunch of money, or you could do the best thing and lose a bunch of money. So it's like, well, once you kind of internalize that, then you're like, oh, so then it really doesn't matter what happens every day. And again, another benefit of being a systems trader is I don't really look at my P&L and say whether it was up or down on the day, whether or not that's a good day or a bad day. When I run my back test at the end of the night, I compare the trades in my account to the back test, and if they are very similar, then that's a good day. And if it's not, it means that I did something dumb, and then that's what I get mad for myself more than anything else.
Right. When you involve yourself in it, yeah.
I did take the rest of AMD there out of it. Nice little move there. Got about 3 points out of it. Not bad. You get an hour in, get that last little pull, especially when you look at a play already 5% down, then goes to 7% down on the day. So, that I'll take that any day of the week. And then again, AFJK, come on. Guys, come on. Who wants to go long with me? Let's do it.
No. Editor, cut.
Yeah, I'd rather you go long than short, right?
We can guess the top, right?
Yeah, buy $10,000 worth of it, and that's fine. Most you'll lose is $10,000. You short $10,000 worth of it, and this is the next QMMM, and then next time you're looking. Is there a short floated? Does anyone know? Like, just look at the volume. I'm like, this isn't even a real company, but AFJK. Let's see if there's even a short float here. Look at this daily chart. Just short interest. No. Okay. So I was like, there's no way a company that's
there's nobody trading it.
Yeah, has a short float to it.
This is like two brothers in their basement trading this thing.
That's probably the whole company too. It's probably just two brothers in their basement. What does he even say? Financial conglomerates? No way. Okay.
Yeah, you gotta have liquidity, guys, for this. Yeah, that's. Watch our small cap series here coming out soon. Josh and I go over this. Volume certainly one of that criteria you need to have. Apparently not though. AFJK. Maybe we need to edit that series. You don't need volume. You need one person trading this thing.
So this is a good question. I saw one faded trader interview had 93% win rate. Is that realistic to keep up? No. The best traders in the world, 50-50. the best ones that I know. From a win rate standpoint, if you can shoot for a 60 and maintain that, you will be a multimillionaire in absolutely no time. 93% win rate generally means that you are either you hit a hot hand period where kind of every trade was just working, which can certainly happen, or your risk reward is heavily skewed, in which you're doing like a 0.5 to 1 R, where you're trying to make $50 for risking 100, which isn't
2,000.
well, it's like that's not so you will not see a trader over any long stretch of time period be right 93% of the time. You just cannot do it, right? So I always say assume a 50-50 win rate, right? If you can get and maintain a 50-50 win rate, and you can just tweak the risk reward on a 50-50 win rate, you can do amazing, right? There's some people
True.
out there that have 30% win rates that kill it in the market, right? So yeah, and just not the thing to focus on. Oh, you're open. Oh, I see, you would have bought. You would have lost money there in your AFJK.
I'd be
Halt
down
it again.
so much money.
It's
Instantly
already
down.
instantly halted down 21%. So just gone. So of your 10 grand, you already lost two in that second and a half. Just 20% of your cashola gone. Spy trying to dig in, but I've said that a couple times today, and it just hasn't been able to. Again, the reason I've got this low marked here, this 22 or 250, is that's the spy low after kind of the last sell-off day. So that's an important area to retake. But again, for the ES, the S&P 500, we're still above. We got 20 points to where, and again, the reason this area is important is because we had that sell-off day. Again, I use that term very lightly. And then we sold off. And this is where things, to me, as I was watching, were a little bit scary, because we moved like another percent or so after hours. And then all of a sudden, just buying in crypto, buying in stocks, buying in like across the board. And that was at that zone. So there's some large institution that is, about 8 points away from being really, really important zone. So I want to see what happens when we get there. And again, 7 minutes till Trump sends us to the moon or Valhalla, or maybe he'll actually stay on point, because you guys may have missed it, but he's supposed to be talking about weight loss drugs and some sort of cost cutting measure for yeah. So that should only affect things like Lilly. Full disclosure, I own some of this. I've been talking about it for a while. But right, we know staying on topic isn't the strong suit. So I don't think it would surprise anyone here if it starts with weight loss drugs and then goes into God knows what, and push a lot of things. So the logical thinking has tack long. Well, I certainly wouldn't be shorting the market down here after this move. It seems like you're a little late after it's at a 1.5% down move. That seems a little late to be the guy kind of ringing the short bell. Again, we're talking broad market, not the penny stock shorts or whatever. Who knows? Invading Venezuela. Yeah, maybe we'll talk about that. And there's not a single person here that would be surprised. So that's always why. And we used to. This was way back in 2008, 2009, where what was it? Bush, then Obama. I remember before HFTs, you would always watch the president talk, and whatever you'd say, you would as quick as you could, think of a sector and think of a ticker, and then trade it, right? And it's like, oh, oil subsidies, and you'd be sitting there watching TV, because back then there was time to react, right? There was time to do those things. Now it's, I think, just more of a sit back when he speaks and just understand that there is a volatility event, a volatility spiking event that's coming in 5 minutes, and hold on to your butts, I guess, is the only advice I can give for that. QLYS, the robot just picked up. I've never heard of a QLYS, but Qualis. So the name is just as hard to say as the ticker. Package software. So this is just a pullback here in yesterday's big range. So I had a nice gap up on earnings. It's pulling back a little bit here today. So we're just trying to gauge that particular pullback, right? Tesla's still falling, man. Yeah. Oh, I feel like I want to take a flyer. What do you think, Josh? I know you trade Tesla sometimes. I feel like I want to take a flyer into the event. If it sells off all day, I feel like I just want to buy some.
Yeah, no, I feel you right there too, especially working your way back down to the bottom part of this chart. You know, I've said we've been in this big, $40, $30 channel where you get 440, 435, major support. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of hey, I'm not opposed to after this big sell off to get a buy and have some fun into the event later today for sure.
Just just
I
a
mean,
complete and utter. And this is a great explanation for options, right? I'd probably pick an option that expires tomorrow or next week or something like that, and I'd just buy a call and I would size accordingly, expecting that call to completely go to zero if I'm wrong, and if I'm right and there's some sort of great news event that comes from it and this thing goes to 500, then right, if I've risked a couple $100 and it just rips, then I make a couple thousand, right? That's the way I kind of look at these things, is just because of the action. If we were up today, I wouldn't consider it at all, right? It's just that we're down today that I think it's interesting.
100% agree with you for sure. Yeah, because you take that minimum risk, which I love about those options. That if you think about where you get them, if you're smart about it, like you're saying, okay, I risk $200 or 500 for these calls or whatever you get into. That's it. It's just like almost like kind of getting an eval on Think or Swim or on TTP, right? Hey, I'm going to risk this. This is not much. Here's my $200 to $500 risk, but my reward is so gigantic that if that rips, it's going to rip. I don't know if it stops at 500. It might, but yeah, it could be like NVIDIA. Well, NVIDIA did stop at 500 a few times in 2023 before it took on off. But I forgot. I think maybe there was a couple tickers that it didn't. I think Meta was maybe one of them. But yeah, it could be right on back to 475 in a blink of an eye is the point. So I like the thought process there 100%.
And that's what, that's why risk reward is so important, right? It's because.
Yeah, that 1-to-1's interesting. I mean, around 50%. I agree. Like the 93%, we should probably be less impressed with that number and more impressed with, I guess, overall the risk reward plus the percentage, right? Not just one over the other, because. Yeah, you can have a very, like Nos was saying, I've known traders as well that have the 90+% win rate, but the risk is way imbalanced. And so those anomalies are going to come, and you're going to take some massive losses that may even wipe out a month or so. Just be mindful of that.
Well, it's all, I think you hit the nail on the head where it's the wrong metric to look at is win rate. If someone comes to me and says I'm right 70% of the time, like, okay, I don't care, right? It's just like if a trader comes to me and said I made 10 grand today, I'm like, okay, that still doesn't, it's like, what did you risk? Did you risk $1 million to make 10 grand today? Well, that was a real shit day, bud. Did you risk $1,000 to make 10 grand today? Great. And so the same thing with the win rate. If someone says, "Oh, I'm right 90% of the time," it's like, okay, fine. What's the other side of the equation, which is risk reward? If the other side of the equation also looks good, then that's really impressive. Congratulations. I don't believe you. You're right 90% of the time with a good risk reward, but it's without the other side of the coin, it's a completely irrelevant. Like same as someone says, "Oh, when I'm wrong, I only lose 1,000, and when I'm right, I make 10 grand." It's like, okay, it's great. Are you only right 1% of the time? Because if so, you're going to lose. Right? It's both of these sides of the coin. That's what makes whether or not you make or lose money. Right.
Yep.
So
that are the big thing to me. Our risk reward, baby. What is it? Try to get to that 2-to-1, then try to get to 3-to-1. That's all that's the biggest thing for me that I think about over and over and over. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys, I'm going to leave it to you. The market was down today, so I guess I always tease that when the market's up, that it's your fault if it goes down. But I guess you guys can take credit. If you can take Trump's credit if we bounce from here and start ripping, then great. That's all you can take all the credit for that one. But all right, gents,
Yeah,
Jeez.
take care.
See you later.
Hang with you.
Canada. Have a good
Have a
weekend.
good
my man.
weekend.
Yeah.
Trade safe. Trade safe.
Yes, sir, brother. Oh, Mr. Nice. Good old guy. Love talking to him, talking large caps, getting the thought process with the bots there going on. Always good to hear that stuff. And yeah, just slower today in the small cap space. Again, like I've said that for weeks, talked about it on the live stream here with you guys on my own live stream. And just expect this, what we're seeing in the small cap space into next week, in my opinion. I don't, and it's usually we'll see if we have that same nice pickup and rhyme and reason to the market as we used to, where it'd be the week before Thanksgiving, literally, truly that Wednesday or Thursday before Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving, of course, is the last Thursday in November, every November here in the United States. So it's the last Thursday of the month. That Thursday, Wednesday, Thursday before that is when we start getting some hot sauce. We get mild at first. Then they pull the hot sauce, and then they get the fire packages out from Taco Bell. What's El Diablo? I think that's their hottest one. Then you get El Diablo right around Black Friday. And truly, you can get that way. So I do think that we are just going to be this way up until through next week. So expect this through next week, in my opinion, for sure. Michael, I traded my own account and lost like 80% of the time. There you go. There you go, my man. There you go. Good job, James. Right. Is there anything small cap that is sympathy play for Tesla? Well, TSLL, yeah. So if you want to pull up TSLL there, I can pull it up too as well. But Kevin, if you want to pull it up for him so he can see the ticker to know that we're looking at. But yeah, TSLL, more mid-cappy, but that is your ETF that you could trade. I say in sympathy of, but it essentially will run with Tesla. So I've got a lot of traders on my Discord that trade TSLL on the daily if they're looking at Tesla. So yeah, TSLL.
Yeah, there's certainly opportunities, guys, even when the market overall is bearish. I mean, look at with your AMD. I mean, there's opportunity to make some money here. You just need volume, right? Whether that's up or down, right? You can make money on the upside, downside, left, right. You just not left.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, maybe, we got what you're saying. We knew what you meant. But yeah, those AMD contracts I got into, my entry price was $360. What was it actually on the dot? It was $360 and $365 when I averaged in. It moved all the way up. See, that's why I say I kind of reckon it and think of it as a small cap play. I was like, I can afford a few contracts here. And I'm not going to go crazy big, but I can get 10 to 15. That's not a lot of risk at all. And that play ends up running all the way up to 650. I mean, I would love a small cap play to go from 360 to essentially a $3 move. That's huge. I mean, you think where I got in on AMD, it went from I got in around 240.50 and it goes down to 236. So the play itself moved about $5, $4.50 or whatever. The contracts moved $3 themselves, and so yeah, it's one of those things where I've started to look into, and I did, tomorrow's expiration date. Those 0 DTEs, like Nas talked about, can be pretty darn risky. But like he said, just think they'll go to zero. Know that what your risk you're putting in will be that, and you can only lose that much, which isn't bad if you just let it run out to the expiration time. So what I do just typically is when I'm looking for those day trades, I'm just in and out, just like I am for a day trade in small caps. I find my area, my entry price, I find my target, and then that's my trade. And then I just trade the contract systematically with the AMD essentially as it's moving. But what you got to do, and then be happy with your SLDPs and your little small hangover plays that do work out and give you maybe 60 cents or 80 cents or at least minimum 30, 40 or so. But that's where we're at for sure in the small cap space. I say we stay this way, like I said, through next week for sure.
Over a point here, SLDP.
Yeah, I mean, that's good.
Whew. Very good.
Yeah.
Right now there's FSLY, Fastly, Money Mitch brought that up. Right now this is trending right under VWAP. I mean, there might be a little opportunity here. Days like today, I try to focus on not letting the trades find me versus over trading, because less ultimately becomes more. And that was when I first had the opportunity. I mean, again, this is like Josh. When I first started, I started on E-Trade, and trades were $10 each. I was paying $20 round trip. That's when I first started. And then you remember like the Sure Trader days, and then of course CMEG. So the commissions were much lower, but so I was trading like the 3 times a week, and it was T+2 back then.
Yeah,
trading day +2. So if I took a trade on Monday, I couldn't trade again until at least Wednesday, and then they went to the T+1. So Monday you own a cash account, you go from Monday to Tuesday, but then going offshore, I felt this liberation. I had grown an account fairly well with the cash account, and then I took it offshore, and it was trouble. Like having that freedom to trade as much as I want, I thought meant more money. Like, oh, okay, I can trade more now. That's going to equate to more profits. Just like more screens, more profits, more trades, more profits. No. It's not always the case. So, yeah, that freedom certainly comes with a lot of responsibility. Man, this FTEL was a head and shoulders this morning. It wasn't even up a lot off of the previous close, but that 340 level held up real well there and faded off of that.
Yep, I remember looking at this morning too as well. Like, it's probably gonna get stuck probably between like that $2.80 to $3 mark and kind of chop around. And yeah, I just pulled that back up here recently. I was like, wow, into the $1 area. What a dumpy.
Turn into a dumpy. Yeah, Lion. The more power, more responsibility. Absolutely. I mean, it comes with it, and
I luckily, and I've always said that I was lucky. I almost like shackled myself and handcuffed myself by I was with E-Trade, but then went to Thinkorswim, of course, still with them, but stayed under the PDT rule. And then I don't know why, because of course I went long. So it's like, why didn't I do a cash account? Because I could have gotten more trades in, going smaller shares. I'm kind of glad I didn't. I know a lot of people complain about the PDT. It worked for me because I really honed in on, because then I paper traded. It's not like I couldn't trade. Like you're saying, I couldn't profit more, make more, but I could still go trade. I could still pull up the paper side of Thinkorswim and go, okay, cool. I'm going to be technically sound here. This isn't, I'm not playing horse and doing this and throwing ball. Oh yeah, how about behind the back? And no, I would be like, okay, I need to practice rate those, right? And do stuff that I know is going to help me in the game, not just, well, let's go F around. No, let's not go F around. Let's go actually, like Michael Jordan, let's go treat practice as if it was real-time game. And so that was what I built my brain to do. Go find your one trade for the day, then go get one or two, maybe other trades, practicing on the paper side. But a lot of people have that too. Well, when I paper trade, there's no emotion. Well, build the emotion. If you can't build the emotion and then you go try to trade real and there's tons of emotion, I'm going to tell you right now, most likely A, stock trading may not be for you, or B, it's going to be a very long journey. You've got to be able to turn practice like Michael Jordan did. No offense, when we keep going back to the GOAT, you got to be able to turn practice like it's a real game. Just like every time he was like, even to the stories you hear when he owned the Wizards and those new guys that were 20, 25, and never forget, you can go look it up. There's a story, and they were all stars. Gerald Wallace was one of them. Steven Jackson was another. Steven Jackson's the one who usually tells the story. Michael Jordan did not like the way they were playing. Guess what he did one day? He came in complaining one day, I'm going to show up for practice and all. And they're all like, oh, bullshit. You're like 50. You ain't show it. No, he showed up the next day and came out and played and beat their, beat their butts. He took practice. And that's 50-year-old Jordan. And they're all like, 50-year-old Jordan. They're all like, when they do these podcasts, I'm like, 50-year-old Jordan took it to us and beat our butts. My point being, he took practice serious. Even when he was an owner of the Wizards and his team, well, they were okay at times, but I say the Wizards. I'm thinking the Bobcats. Charlotte Bobcats. I'm thinking the Bobcats. He played for the Wizards. It was my point. I think he even had ownership with the Wizards in, I think, too. Anyway, this is what the Charlotte Bobcats for Steven Jackson and Gerald Wallace. You can look up the story. Yeah, 50-year-old Jordan said, no, this is practice. I'm going to show you what you should be doing day in, day out. So I was able to do that. Now, again, some people just may not be able to. But I was able to flip that switch. And I've been, again, I think going back to what I was saying earlier with, when I was saying to you guys about I'm such a sports guy. Then even when I played sports, I played golf, for high school into college. I played for a state champion highest classification football team. I got rings for both of those, right? I played AAU basketball before that. I played baseball, started off playing baseball as a kid. So, I know a lot of different sports. I played 4 different sports. I know that you've got to generalize certain things. And I think that helped me out along the way, too, of being the stock trader that I've become. And you've got to be able to, have that practice mentality of being able to show up and get reps in. So when the true game time comes, you're able to perform. And so to me, that's where I think that helped me out. So a lot of traders, just unfortunately, I've worked with hundreds. I just can't get them. And there's nothing you can do. I can't say, well, you better, and I can, and I try to, but some people just won't be able to find that, that to be able to trade, paper or practice like the eval, or like I tell traders, which they go straight to an eval on Thinkorswim. I'm like, or trade the pool, TTP. I'm like, they give you 14 days here. We give you 14 days to go. And I've had a lot of people that go straight to an eval. Well, go get used to the system first. That's why we give you 14 days here to get used to the system so you don't go blow an eval. But I think it's just some of that stuff that my brain tells me to do that a lot of traders, they don't. I think what we talk about, money, 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 money. I want to make money right now. I see all you guys or all these other guys and they're banking. Half the people that they probably see like on social media, these influencers, they're not really trading. They're not really banking. Going back to the some of the, I'm not going to pull out names of the world, but they rent those houses. They rent those cars for the day or the week or the weekend. They don't own those cars or those vehicles, team. They're influencers for a reason. They're influencing you. Not in a good way, unfortunately. Sorry for the rant there. Jordan played baseball. Yes, he did for the Birmingham. Oh gosh. And I got my brother had the baseball card, the rookie baseball, Birmingham. Oh, I forgot the dang. God, I forgot the name of the team. But yes, he did. Jay Webb. Did you ever go see him? If you were around the area, you should have. The Barons. I knew it. I was up with the B of the Barons. That was it. I was so close. The Birmingham Barons, the double B's, the BBs, baby. The BBs. And that, too, went into baseball, hit, 230, 250, 200, somewhere in between there. It's not like he was terrible. I love to go see all these, and they always, people throw out the old school heads. They talk trash about him. Oh, he went and played he went and played professional baseball for a minor league team. Let's go see you go all of a sudden pick up a baseball bat. You're 30 years old and go actually hitting, from what could be major league pitchers that can get called up at any time, right? So it's funny when people talk, trash about our man Jordan, Kevin. It's like, yo, he went and played Major League Baseball for a minor league team. That's nuts. Out of nowhere. It wasn't like he would. It's not like, what he'd been doing the last 7-8 years, playing basketball all day, every day. It wasn't like he was hitting baseballs or anything. So it's phenomenal to think that he could just go out there and hit 250 from those minor league pitchers.
Traders, BW here on alert. It's this was a hangover. It wasn't working out right at the start, but right now it's heavy and pulling back in. Yesterday they did come out with some news that they were filing for a common stock offering up to $200 million that they can dump on shareholders at any point in time. So
this one's 550 this morning.
No, I haven't. I took it at the start of the day and then I stopped out like at 5:30.
Yeah, it ran right into yesterday's high of day, double top there, now triple top from yesterday. So yeah, I didn't know if you traded that earlier on, because I'm just now pulling BW up. I'm like, oh man, that 550 fail was beautiful.
Yeah, right? It looks good. It looks heavy right now. It's on a support line, so we'll just keep it on watch against even the 525s now. It's tight risk. These are the trades I like when a ticker's overbought, especially with the offering news that they have. If you look at the daily, a lot of upper wicks up in this 530-40 range. So clear risk for a good amount of return. As we were discussing with Nuss, I mean, you got like the one risk to 3-4 return. SLDP as well. I mean, that's why I like the hangovers. You got tight risk on them. It's either right or right out, and they snap and just fade, and you make 4-1 on your money. But yeah, Jordan, one of his favorite, my favorite quotes of his is certainly that the only reason that he became a champion, the only reason that he wins is because he lost. I mean, you have all of his stats on how many champions he won, how many game-winning shots he took, but next to that, you have how many game-winning shots that he missed, how many championships that he lost, and the only reason he won is because he lost. And I take that and I apply it to trading. The only way you're going to win in trading is if you lose. You lose well. And we go over that often. It's okay to be wrong because you're going to be wrong, but it's not okay to stay wrong. Staying wrong, trying to prove to the market that you're correct is a very expensive thing to do. So we want to certainly avoid doing that at all costs. And, we all have lapses of, judgment along the path. So having that max drawdown is there to protect you. And it's helped me along the way as well. It's helped me. If I look at the equity curve over the month, if you watch the funded interview I had with Katz, there were 3 times, that I had that lapse in judgment, and I fell in love with the ticker, and the ticker didn't love me. And then it's like, okay, well, you're capped on the day, at a certain loss, and it's easily recoverable. But if you're at a broker that doesn't auto liquidate you, and you fall in love with a ticker, that can be very expensive. So yeah, the drawdowns I think you guys would agree. It's there to protect us, and we all have the human behavior that has a tendency to sometimes, let ego get in the way, and then we take losses that we shouldn't have. But yeah, that's BW. Still flipping around. Rainey, we went over earlier, and Rainey's been really good off of the crack of this trend right here. I mean, this has been great. It's slow, again, slow, but like easy, fairly easy money because you got the decent risk. Cracks that trend for a fade on down on that play, and then outside of that, what is it? It was FSLY still kind of hanging up here too, $8 to 10. And still trending under this VWAP, so tight risk there. When I'm identifying these setups, guys, what is that criteria? We go over this in the small cap series. What that's coming out very soon this month. There's criteria involved here, and part of the criteria involves that risk reward that we were just going over heavily.
Right.
But why is that so important? Well, amateur traders they focus on the profit prior to entering the trade. As professionals, we want to focus. What's the risk? What is the risk of this? Because what does risk say? Risk says more things can happen than will happen, and we want to make sure in the face of that uncertainty that we know what we're going to do, and that's why I say put hard stops on. So with FSLY, for example, I like this trade even against 1030. So you're risking what, 15 cents on the short side for a potential profit of, if it fades under 10, at least 2 to 1 or further. Be rigid with those rules, set the hard stop, and then flexible with the profit expectations.
Yes, sir. AMD, by the way, if you guys took the trade with, I put it out in chat. We scaled out at low of day. So AMD, they're gorgeous trade right there. I actually got out. I said get out the 636 or 236s. Beautiful bottom scale. I love with top ticket, bottom ticket. That's more of a bottom tick right there and scaling out. SPY though, looking like it wants to crack this 671 mark, and I'm telling you, 670 just seems to be a lock, especially with that lower VWAP band starting to flatten out at that area. Keep that on watch right there. But yeah, beautiful. And again, what I'm looking for here, bear flag on, bear flag down. So I love this. Also, the reversal with the SPY at this moment really helped us out there. But kind of going back and looking at this, I love bear flag cracking down, bear flag cracking down. So I'm telling all my traders in chat, we had this one last bear flag looking for that crack, and I wait for candlestick confirmation, 3-minute time frame. So right here at 40.65, 40.50 area, this is where I'm scaling in to my short on the options, taking this down to that 637.50 to 636.50 mark that I saw in past chart history. Boom, out, low of day. Beautiful move. Hey, look what's live again. AFJK, we're back in live. And hey, look, we actually printed 2 candles before halting.
The twins are trading in their basement, trading those 10,000 shares each.
Oh man, yeah, that is nuts. I like watching them for fun. I know Nos is kind of like I don't watch it. And I just popcorn for me. I know Kevin talks about it too. Just popcorn medicine. We got C and B in there, Mr. Line. Yep. Not bad. Let's put the trend line in. Really, actually, more of a shelf here. So, oh my gosh, look at this line here, team. When have I had this in? About a week ago or two? Yep, about a week ago. 10:29. Put this line in. You can tell here on 10:29, sometime in the morning. Look at that line working out almost perfectly yesterday for sandwich area, bouncing on it, then failing on it. Now today, bouncing on it. This is why I always say put your lines in and trade them, team. This is exactly what I'm talking about. There's your uptrend channel of resistance that I do see. What I'll do is I'll come down here. It's not always low of day. Don't always start at the open. Don't always start at the low of day. Usually there's going to be some juncture where we can find the first kind of the starter, as I call it. So this is a starter, and that's the setter. And what I mean by that, that's the start of the uptrend channel, and we know to set it in off of bounce. And there we go. Starter setter, baby. How I do my trend lines. Let's see here. The more Tesla thing. Yeah. I'm thinking about a swing. Yeah, you and Nos are all over that. I'm not opposed to it, honestly. And I'll probably talk about that in my afternoon session with my live stream traders, looking for Tesla and finding what expiration contract I'd like to choose for the calls. For the calls. Yeah, J-Dubs, Jordan's in everything now. I knew he's got a motorsports team or a part of one too, if I'm not mistaken. He's got fishing going on. The thing is when you have millions or now, maybe attachments to billions of dollars as he does, I mean, why not? I mean, that's where like you see a lot of those, like even like going back to Kim Bullard, like who is Kim Bullard? Well, he's who I met at the Money Show. So you go to Kim, and this is just a small version of what Michael Jordan's doing. This guy, who's Kim Bullard? Well, this guy right here, he's Elton John's pianist. That's right. Yeah, he's been the keyboard player for Elton John and a lot of other badass artists throughout the years. He was at the Money Show. Source Elton John. How funny. Well, why is he at the Money Show? Because one of the places right across from us, Kevin, the gold mining one, if you remember the gold mining kind of automated trading or whatever they do, he was one of their key, investors, right? He's one of the investors in the company. So you get my point. You start investing into these side companies' projects. Now, unfortunately, some people throughout the years have maybe not invested into the right project, right? And that's where you see, and it's usually misled, NBA players or sports people that really just like, yeah, I've got millions of dollars, and then they unfortunately run into people or think they know people that are trustworthy, and those people are just gouging them of their money, and there's never any potential long, haul profit there. But now, especially the world we live in, there's a lot more due diligence, a lot more time you can take to find out who's right, who's wrong. It's like 1990 to 2010. The internet's really not too much really in depth there. There's not a lot of studies you can do. There's not a lot of people you can trust, so to speak. We're now 15 years from that 2010 year, 2025. You can trust that a little bit more and find those routes, so to speak, of where you can invest and make more money. But yeah, if you have millions or especially billions, it's a thing to do. I mean, that's just, you think about it. So I was tying it back to that. What Jordan's doing is just investing. I'm sure he enjoys it. He loves sports of all sorts, like I do, like a lot of men. And so it's like, man, I'm sure as when he was in the 90s, like, man, if I start making more, this whole Jordan brand starts working out. Boy, I'd love to get into motorsports, or I'd love to get into fishing, or I'd love to get a baseball team, or I'd love to own an NBA team. It's that passion, investing. Looking at anything special there, Kevin? Oh, is it just me? Is Kevin muted? I think you're muted.
I'm muted. I went to the bathroom.
What happened there?
So MTC, yeah, I think there's a high potential here on this trade. It's very manipulative. I believe it's one of the Chinese tickers, but the NASDAQ's delisting them, and it's up from 30 cents still. This is hangover. Lion, I know you had mentioned this one, and this one, it started seeing profit taken out of the gates, did a little red to green move. But the 220 is the previous close level for risk, and then 320 is the after hours high. I know you were looking at that area, Josh, but... And we're going to get into this with the call-in show, the power of scaling. We're going to discuss scaling here in a little bit and dive into that. Sometimes I like to throw feelers out on these towards the levels of risk. And again, it's very predefined, and we're going to dive into that on the call-in show here today. But for MTC, yes, the VWAP's holding up fairly well in it right now. It's up a lot. I could see this thing by end of the day going up or down. It's rub the crystal ball. She's either going up or down. Yeah, this one is up a lot. So we could see it. We could see this one, reject these levels and pay out fairly well. Some shorts again, like I went over earlier, got absolutely capitulated on MTC. Outside of that, I'm still monitoring BW. BW, I am with that on an eval right now for under this 520.
BW.
Yeah, BW. I'm with that one. BW. I like that one for bigger picture play today. And then outside of that, yeah, AFJK. That I agree. I heard AFJK is not one. As you progress on your journey, guys, you're going to know which trades to take and which ones not to take. AFJK is one that I'm with Josh. I'm getting the good old popcorn out and just kicking back and monitoring it. Because why? There's less edge, right? There's less. You got to, over your trading journey, you're going to identify where do you find more success. You're going to start over trading, as everybody does, and then you're going to narrow that in as you are like, okay, where do I find more success? Is it on hangovers? Is it on the halt strategy like Josh has? So you're waiting for these halts? Because yeah, even here, Josh, your halt strategy would have worked. I mean, again, that's on the evals. It's kind of outside of that, on a separate account, you can jump into these with that halt strategy. But yeah, or the dip strategy, where are you going to gravitate towards? Where do you find the most conviction? Where do you find the most profits? You're going to back test, and you're going to discover that.
Getting ready for that call-in show, I see. Carla's back there working for us.
FSLY still heavy again under this VWAP. So that's a decent setup going on right now. Identifying good risk reward opportunities.
Got to. Yeah, that's why AMD was the last, really nice, attractive looking setup that I liked. You're attacking BW. That's a trend. That's what I always talk about. I know it's a goofy saying, but my analogy, it's again, you're back in the college days, high school days, whatever. You're a grown man now, maybe possibly in your 50s or 60s and single. You're out and about. You're at Target. You're at the bar. You're hanging, whatever. You're at Chili's. I don't know. When you see something attractive, what's attractive, what's pretty to you, so to speak. Is it, like Kevin with his hangover? Was it me with my AMD in that short getting that move down? And then, again, then having the confidence to take the trade, where some traders may go over to BW, right, or me and AMD or what. I don't like it. That's fine. That's not for you. Then if you look at that chart and you can't see what we're seeing as quick as we do and as much as we love it, then that's not your setup. That's not your edge. So that's the one thing where I've again noticed that early on. Never forget that first seminar that I spoke at in 2022. And someone even asked that. It was crazy because I just gotten into that in my one-on-ones probably over the last couple of months. Like, oh my God, you're asking me the most perfect question that I actually just really realized over the last month or two that I've been telling all my traders in one-on-ones. Was the question asked was at the end of the seminar, which they did a little Q&A, was for all you guys. It was all the speakers and they were asking us questions and it was directed to all of us. And my answer back to the question, which the question was, what was one thing early on that you didn't know that you were going to struggle with that ended up being a struggle? And I said, well, this is awesome. I knew it. It's finding and figuring out what trader you're going to become, because you're just not thinking about that at first. Again, if it's JG Wentworth commercial, it's my money. I need it now. I'm going to buy, and you just tell me when to sell. That's how I feel like a lot of traders are. You're going to go follow someone's advice, and they're going to tell you where to buy, and then you're going to sell it. Or you are going to figure it out. And you're going to buy and sell. It's just that simple. And we realized very quickly it's not that simple. And the key thing I think a lot of traders do struggle with, as I talked about, is just that. Figuring out what trader they're going to become. Who are you going to be a year from now, 3 years from now, 8 years from now? Are you going to be a plumber? Are you going to be an electrician? Are you going to be working at the golf course as a golf pro? Or, who are you? Are you going to be one of those people that you're at Chili's and next thing you know, you're waiting tables at Fogo and you're like, I don't like this. I'm going to go be a front desk clerk at, I don't know, at a car dealership. And then you get into selling cars. And then next thing you know, I don't like this. So this is kind of dumb and stupid. Then you're just jumping around from one boat to the next. You do that if you're that kind of a head and brain, and you're not going to be probably a good stock trader because you're jumping from one ship to the next. I've had a lot of stock traders that are going long and then they're going short and then they're moving to options, then they're moving to futures. That they're just jumping around from one to the next, thinking that they're going to find that answer. Like that's you're jumping way too much too fast.
Yeah, I echo that completely. It's but everybody's going to start that way,
Oh yeah. That's what we do. I mean, we all trade the P&L at first, or there's so many things that, like I say, we all show up to the harbor of the stock trading harbor because we see from afar all these beautiful. We go to the harbor, the stock trading harbor.
Yeah.
Oh, there's billions there, and then you show up and you see it. You're right. You're like, dang, look at these cruise liners and look at these yachts and oh, look at that speedboat. Oh my God, these boats and they even some cool sailboats out here. And then okay, we're working our way down. Now we're getting to like the pontoon boats and jet skis, and you're like, okay, what boat am I going to be in though? And then you get down to the very end of the yacht or the dock, and it's just rowboats and then half of the rowboats are missing paddles, and you're like, no, I get rowboat. I gotta get no paddle in my rowboat. Like I get one paddle. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna spin in circles here.
And then there's a hole in your rowboat.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, I mean that for me when I started was buying. It's like with these hangovers, for example, they're not sexy. So when I first started, like that's not what I was gravitating towards. I was gravitating towards what you're saying, like, oh, what's the shiny plate today that's spiking up? And I started like a lot doing buying breakouts where you're buying high and hoping higher without not much risk in mind. And that's why I don't do it anymore, because I had a year of pain, probably a couple of years of pain, buying the bull flag breakout that turns into an upper wick elevator down. That's why I short mainly everything. Mainly all I'm doing is shorting because I've been on the receiving end of buying something so like too many times early in the journey. And if you can manage risk well and that's part of your strategy, good. That's great. I mean, again, there's many different ways of making money, but yeah, you over time you'll figure out what works. Like, where are you managing risk the best? Where do you size the best? Where are you more convicted? So you let these work for you more. Because I would trade those so poorly. Like, I'd be buying the breakout, but I'd have low conviction that they're even going to work. So if they do work, I'm taking it off too early, and then oftentimes they will just tank, elevator down, and so my risk reward on those was not appropriate for a longevity.
Yeah. Yep. Eli asked about ONDS. ONDS is a nice, almost kind of a hangover-ish play. Does have a multi-day uptrend channel crack there on ONDS. Over from Tuesday to Wednesday was kind of had a little trend line built in from Tuesday after hours. Cracked that today, pretty much right there at the bell, and she's just crashing on over. I don't really see a lot of charting here. You have to go back to past chart history. But yeah, Kevin was kind of pulling it up. Here's the little uptrend channel I see. If you can see this on my chart down here, bottom left-hand corner, ONDS, I've got this uptrend channel right there, right? So you can see this gorgeous uptrend on ONDS where it starts in after hours on Thursday here, gets some touch on it right there in power hour, almost on the dot. And then we get some trend line this morning. Then we're just cracking back on down. Go back to the 4 hour to start off with, see if we see anything. Yeah, let's get a little diving in here. Let's dive on in. Really, right here, we can see we're going to probably get caught up into this 535, 540 area for the time being. If we do crack this in this nice consolidation area, old resistance support marks, this is definitely seems like a magnet to this $5 mark in the bottom portion of this little trend. So you can see the top portion, in my opinion, which then became supports right around 6. We've got this mid portion right around 550, around 540. And then the bottom portion of this little trend right through here that we broke out of course, you can see in the running up to this new high. In the run, the bottom's at 5. So a lot of these plays, I know Kevin's done this long enough, he knows as well. 50-cent increments, a lot of the time where these small cap plays, when they get to about $5, $6, $7, they'll start running in 50 cents versus when they're at $1, $2, $3, they run in 25-cent increments. And then sub dollar, right around $1, they run in 10 to 15-cent increments. So I've always said, let's just start with 50 cents, 5-cent increments, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, get to $1. 1, 110, 115, 120, 125, 130, 30, 150, and then when you get to about 150, close to 2, you can then start running in 25-cent increments, 175, 2, 220, that's where the magic 20s come in, at 220, 225, 250, 275, 3, right? Then once you get to about 5 to 6, you start running in 50-cent increments and providing support.
Speaking of magic 20, CMBM right now tapping at 320. Yeah. Sorry to interrupt. Just
no, you're all over it. Yeah, because I'm watching on my side too. So yeah. There you go. Boom shakalaka. Exactly, my man. Whammy, as I always say. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. That's what you're looking for right there. And that's the thing that you do this long enough, then you can rinse and repeat it because you remember these levels, you remember these lines, you remember what these tickers do and where they're most likely going to. And it's not the whole, like what Kevin's talking about, what every trader does at first and showing up, like I said, to the harbor and what's the big yachts and I got to get to that suite of that, cruise liner. No, you're going to the rowboat and you got to work your way up to the speedboat. Then, it's like a video game. First you get not the speedboat. First you get a jet ski, and then the jet ski move over like the old, it's a pontoon boat. And you're like, well, it's either go to the pontoon boat or save up enough for the ski boat, the faster, and then it's that over and over and over until finally you get there. But it's realizing these things overall. And then, like you said, like Kevin was saying, you don't have to go for the shiny, oh, this is the one that's breaking out. You sit back, you wait, you trade your levels, you know what looks sexy to you, so to speak, like we talk about, and then you trade those areas. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. What's up, Paula? Showing up for chat. Saw Paula yesterday. Miss Paula got a freebie from me. Oh, and by the way, let me put this out there. I'll post that through Trade the Pool yesterday on my YouTube. Speaking of last Friday, we teased this last Thursday, but last Friday, thanks to Kevin, Avery, J Trade, Caesar, my other buddy, came on over and did a little roundtable discussion with me. So last Friday, and then I posted that last night. It's about a 50-minute video here. So if you want to go watch that, smash the like button. A lot of good information right here from our roundtable discussion last Friday. It was about 50 minutes long. So go take a watch. Love that. Good information here. Got Kevin on, like I said, J Trades and Caesar on. So go take a watch. Go watch that. Good information. Talking from small caps to large caps to just normal, simple things that you should be doing in your day in, day out trading, good, just really good advice that was given throughout that. And just letting these guys talk, when I do those roundtables, I love to talk, as you can tell. And I usually just shut up on Fridays and let those guys talk. Robinhood app crashed like a stock that gotcha. Yeah, app gotcha. Yeah.
BW working, guys. BW working very well. Hangover. So, sometimes these happen. I mean, there's a few different scenarios when you're watching these. Oftentimes it's like A, they'll snap right out of the gate and profit take. B, you might get a little pop up towards the previous high day, even an attempt to break up over it. I mean, C, you can get continuation. You can get continuation, in which case you're not going to force your will onto the ticker. BW now heavy against, again, the 525 area. So I'm working that on down. There's still potential there. I want to see what it's going to do if down towards that previous close 480. Outside of that, FSLY did get up through the VWAP right now. I'm stair stepping up. STGW this morning was a great setup. I didn't trade this one, but yeah, 4 to 8, and then it was on earnings, and she's been going sideways too, kind of flag-ish. We'll draw that line out. If it's not on your radar, opportunity here for sure. Given a lot of the move back, though. But there's the trend line that she's on, STGW. Kind of heavy on that right now. MTC still under VWAP.
Lots of red. Lots of red on your watch list I see there.
SLDP under 7. Oh, man. SLDP under 7. 720. Holding up on that pop right up there.
Yeah, not a lot holding her up. I mean, it's just one of those tickers where if you look, that's why I love those straight up moves that create that chart, like say from yesterday opening. Yeah, just you go straight up and then you go back and look at the chart and the history, and then there's just nothing there. It's
lack of momentum.
Yeah.
Well, they all look. I mean, dude, I have thousands of these charts that look all just exactly like this, and I shared some with you over at your chat room. And it's like this. What you get all that momentum, and then after hours pre-market, it's crickets. And then what happens if it's crickets? It's gonna profit take. That's just what they do.
There's your 470 on the spot, or 670. My bad, 670. Called that out about an hour ago. Now I can't remember whenever the heck I called that out. But there's your 670. Talked about it with Nas, about an hour ago. Tesla hitting new low of day 2. That even looks more intriguing for that pop, and you getting some calls later in the day. For that move back up with the news, especially as much as we've come down today, a good 5% dumperoonie. That's a big move. You talk about AMD's down about 7-8% too as well. So nice, good shorts today. Good pulls in the stock market. There's your 670 though on the SPY. In my opinion, I think this 670 area is going to be a little bit of a stall out point where we bottom out, and it could be low of day overall in the end. But I will say right now, I think the SPY gets a little slow here. Finally hit that nice whole round number. Go back to past chart history. I can see it. 670 is probably going to hold up for a little bit. About like we just saw with at least the last half hour or hour, I guess it is now, where we were kind of stalling at 671. I really feel that this bleeding sell-off is ending soon. Colin showing 20 minutes too as well. Kevin, what's the topic? Let them know. What's the topic today?
Scaling is going to be, it's an important one, guys. And there's a big difference between adding and scaling. So I think this is a good conversation to have. A lot of value here on the power of scaling. Now, it may not be for everybody, and that's okay. We're just going to have a conversation discussing the benefits of it. Maybe there's some things that the reasons why we wouldn't want to scale, right? It all comes to a predetermined plan. I want to know your thoughts, callers. Traders, what you think? What do you think about scaling? Do you utilize it for your personal trading, or are you like more so? I'd prefer single entries, and it's something that I've been dealing with personally myself too. I recognize the power of it. There's a painful side of it too, Josh, where it's like if let's say you scale one and that trade doesn't work, and then all your other trades you hit with single entries, and so oftentimes in that case you're going to need many winners to make up for that loser. So there's pros and cons to it. It's an open conversation that we want to have with you guys.
Yep. And when we mean open, I need you to be very open about what you're doing, because this is therapy. Therapy with Trade the Pool. Pretty much kind of is in a way. That's why going back to those one-on-ones, I didn't realize that at first, but now I realize like how much those are therapy to traders out there. Just being able to kind of come to your counselor, so to speak, or whatever it is. Like I was saying goofily to you, being the Trade the Pool counselor. The other day, or was it yesterday? Because all the people that have been funded, like just like James. that's huge, to have that connection with someone else out there, and especially for those traders like when I was, you say younger or newer in the stock trading game, just talking to someone that had been doing it for a while that you did trust is so huge. I mean, again, just goes back to just normal stuff, normal life stuff. You want to learn golf, you go to a swing coach. You want to learn basketball, you go to a good you want to go boxing, you go to a boxing coach. You go to the gym, you find a good physical, you go to, you find a good a trainer or whatever, so you're always going to have that. Or again, you're at school, you need to go talk to someone. That's what the counselor's for, or you get tutored from because you need help in math or English or science. That's where you feel that relation confirmation, that trust with someone to talk to them. And it becomes a good, some traders do realize it, but a lot don't, how good it is for your, good for your mental state. And it's definitely good therapy, so to speak, in the end.
STGW crack in the lower trend. I'll bring that one up for you guys.
MTC squeeze in here. We are getting MTC to pop up a little bit, so I'm gonna get rid of CMBM on the left side here, and MTC will put that so the traders when my stream is up. That's popping a little bit here. And again, if I'm taking the trade, I find a defined area that I've said earlier in the day that I would short, and I just wait for it. So if this can somehow get back up to that $293 mark, I'll trade it. If not, I'm happy with my AMD profits that we just had. As far as, don't have to get another trade in before the call-in show or even after or whatever. It's that. It has to be perfect setup. And I know Kevin's asked that before. It's got to be at this point in the morning or day for me. It better be A+++++ for me to take the trade. It's just, that's how I've built my brain to be. This comes to that point in the day where I just like to let things go. And truly kind of like the AFJK, just get the popcorn out, I've got, that's why I like getting into the one-on-ones at this time of the day, going over trades that they had taken earlier in the day or yesterday, whatever it might be. Hey, let's go over my setup. Let's go over charts. That's where this part of the morning into the especially now for Kevin and the people on the East Coast. And you got to think about this. I talked about this recently. And you got people over in Europe. Well, what's happening right now? Let's just think about this time wise over the next hour or two. People in Europe that trade the American markets are what? Going to dinner. Some, if they're far enough east, they're going to bed. But most likely they're eating food. What are we doing on the East Coast? They're going to lunch. They're eating food. That's two big sections. I mean, when you think about the East Coast, and especially when you get to the Central Time Zone, and we move into the lunch hours as well. So you've got from New York to Charlotte to Miami, Orlando, Atlanta, Nashville, Chicago, Houston, Dallas. I mean, we're talking Indianapolis, Detroit, Cleveland, millions of humans, millions, hundreds of millions. And then you include Europe. That is a lot of traders that are now moving away from the stock market. And usually at this point, which is crazy, lo and behold, they're eating, right? Whether it's lunchtime for us here in the States or over in Europe, they're going to dinner. And the reason I only know that is because I've got traders like Trevor and other traders that join the TTP or on my live stream that I do one-on-ones with. All right, off to dinner. At the Big Mart, if Big Mart's listening right there, and maybe today or Trevor, he's over in Scotland. It's dinner time over the next hour or so. And so you have a lot of traders moving away from the market. And so you got to imagine the small cap space where volume could be lower already because we're an hour or two now after the opening bell. Doesn't that's why I was saying on Tuesday with Giovanni, that's where it starts to affect this, so to speak. I think we talked about this on Tuesday, and that volume starts to get a little bit lighter. Your trades over the next hour or two need to be precise. A+ setups, the best of the best. I was actually just about to ask you about that Google Meet. Boom.
Oh, you got the email? Yep, just send it over to you. We'll get that set up here shortly. Yeah, speaking on the best of the best setups, guys, here's what is this? Someone, let me know what this chart looks like right here. EVC, we went over it. I learned it to you guys in pre-market.
Love it, my man. It's the
same thing, same chart here as SDL. So little lesson, just to take with you today, because these are going to pay out over time. Pattern recognition, SLDP, EVC, pattern recognition. Just study those patterns because they play themselves out over. What we don't want to do is trade them with absolute certainty. That's why I'm always going to set the stop. The ones that do work, let them work. MTC was one I took this morning too, and this thing. Wild chart though. It did drop 30 cents and provide a profit, some profit on it. Magic 20 held up there, 120. Now we're up towards the Magic 220s. And that's the previous close. So multiple areas. I like multiple areas, Josh, where we have this, all the stars align. It's like at the poker table. If you flip over a pair, and then they send out the flop and the river, and you get more and more added to your pair. Let's say you got pocket aces, now you got 4 aces. The hand gets better, so maybe we even apply more chips on the table, apply more risk as the hand gets better. And that's what we're going to talk about too with the power of scaling here in momentarily. So I'm going to go over to that studio and start working it a little bit. Josh, so go ahead and yeah.
I'll join the Google Meet then real quickly. We'll get this going. Boom shakalaka. And asked to join, ready to join. Yeah, I want to join. Let me in, please.
Decline.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I'm like, what the? So you gonna do this to me? Really? I see how it's gonna be. All right, sweet. I'm in it, brother. I'm in a minute. So you got the number there. I'll put that out too as well. If you want to put that. 4-4. There we go. Pin. You have to have a pin, which is 311, 814, 519, 8498. And you have to press the pound at the end too, huh?
Yeah, you got to press that at the end there.
All right. The power of scaling. Oh, I forgot the draft. Of course, it's Thursday Night Football. My Broncos play tonight. Play the Raiders at home. It should be a dub for us. But anyway, regardless, I wore my Broncos gear. Yeah, I should have dressed up like old Marty McFly. The power. I love that movie. Back to the Future. Love the song. It's got to be one of the tops for a lot of people. It's one of my favorites of all time. Back to the Future. I love some Back to the Future. James, you called in enough, but you can still call in again, James. 617-675-4444. I haven't heard from Tack yet. Where's Tack at today? I haven't seen him in just a little bit either. King Lion, if you want to call in, bring it. Again, 617-675-4444, 311. And then the pin, you have to press that pin. It'll ask for a pin. And it's right there on the screen for us. All right. Right now for setups, we kind of went over the last couple, in my opinion, which were MTC. MTC's not bad. We got the hangover plays that Kevin's loving and shorting those on down. SLDP coming a little bit more. ONDS coming down a little bit more. Not much, though. B-dubs slowly matriculating on down. Getting to that, like I said, kind of lunch to pre-lunch time period. Large cap play, same thing, kind of just sitting out to the right here, although Tesla does look like it could finally find its bottom here at this 670 or 637. Actually, I'm looking at the SPY. 437 mark. Looking for a little bottoming out. But when I see that lower VWAP band still kind of matriculate a little bit lower like this, team, that's why I took this AMD trade earlier. It was still going down. So when I see the lower VWAP band continuing to climb down, this play will continue to dump away. And so that's why I was heavily looking at AMD for the short there. But I think we're good for now and ready for the call-in show. So if anyone wants to call in, and James got it. I think James has got one. I know Reese. If Reese is around today, Reese got a eval from Trade the Pull here from us. And yes, you call in today. You give us a good story. You want to talk about scaling in, get rid of the EV mux. Get rid of that echo. Boom shakalaka.
Okay, I think we're good to go now. Yeah, we got a new setup, guys. So it's gonna be better quality. We had our.
How about now?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, we got a new setup, guys. So it's gonna be better quality. We had our.
How about now?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay.
We got a new setup, guys. So it's gonna be better quality. We had our.
How about now?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay.
Setup, guys. So it's gonna be better quality. We had our. Okay.
So talking about scaling today, guys, I want to know.
Now I got it figured out.
You got it, Josh?
You good? Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So, Josh, I want to ask you. Yeah, everything's good to go. We're good to go on our end. If you guys are good, just the numbers on there. Type in the pin as well. Sorry, the pin is so long. For some reason, Google. That's what they needed. So yeah, go ahead and give us a call, guys. Lion, James,
And you
anybody.
can't edit it either. There we go. Now we're better again. Sorry. I think that it's the EV Mux. I have to mute myself on EV Mux. That's what it is.
That's what it is. So this is going to be a better quality, guys. But yeah, scaling. So I want to hear from you guys. Does it work? So I'll tell you the pros and cons for me, Josh, with scaling that I still deal with.
Yes, does it work? So I'll tell you the pros and cons for me, Josh.
One of them is,
once
we get that set up, you got to mute
Yes,
yourself.
does it work? So I'll tell you the pros and cons.
Yeah, just mute yourself on EV Mugs.
I don't know why I keep hearing every once in a while that I get the echo. It's so weird. We weren't getting the echo yesterday.
No. Yeah, if you mute yourself on EV Mux and the listen off stage feed, you should be good to go. The con for me, I'll say this, Josh, with scaling is it does tend to create a little bit more bias for me. Like I'll monitor that stock a little bit more than I should. And like we were talking about with Nas earlier, like we want to remove ourselves from these trades. Identify them. I like his approach even the night before. Take the trade and really move along. It's like the trade is going to work or it's not, and we should not fight it. We shouldn't fight it. If we put ourselves in a situation to fight the market, you're not going to win that fight. You're never going to win that fight. So scaling in that sense, I lose sense. So it doesn't make sense, right? CENTS, SENCE, SE. It doesn't make sense in that regard. But let's say you have a defined level. If everything's part of the plan, traders, if everything's part of the plan, your predefined plan, and you scale, let's say you take 1,000 share position and you break it up into 250, 250, 500, 250, 250, 250. If it's part of the predefined plan, certainly there's merit in that. There's merit in that for sure. But if you go against the plans, that's the difference between scaling and adding. We've discussed this. Adding says, "Ooh, I'm going to adjust my risk parameters mid-trade because, I just, it looks good. It's going to work out eventually." And then it doesn't. That could be, part of the problem there, right? Is you're adding versus scaling.
Yeah, definitely. I think one of the bigger things for me at first, and by the way, the call-in show, I think that's why, because the Google Meets is set up for noon Eastern. So try again then. King Lion, anyone else out there, try it top of the hour. But yeah, I think that's it's key for me to scale out. Now, I'm not huge, and I've talked about this before on scaling into plays. That happens, and there's a time for it. But scaling out, it's so key for me, leaving the runners, because if I used to be all in, all out. I was all in the trade, whatever it was, and I was all out. But what would happen, obviously, most of the time, you become a little bit of a scalper. Okay, I'm up 10, 15 cents, 30, what, I'll take it. And sometimes you then wouldn't stick to your target. I then found down the line, and I've become, this trader, obviously, day in, day out, is having multiple targets. So then when I would have multiple targets, it would make me want to hold on a little longer and know that I need to hold longer on to this trade and leave those runners. And so that's the biggest key for me in my stock trading career. I say big, but one of the biggest things that I've done was understanding, and I started doing this a while back. So what I do is, what I typically did, of course, think or swim. If you see our charts, you can see it has that little, like on Trade the Pool. It's beautiful where you can have your quantity box. So whatever I would get, whatever share size I was going to get in, as soon as I heard the cling and I was filled, I immediately, or if it was a bounce play and I'd just put limit orders in, and I'd say, okay, I'm going to, or well, usually at first it was just all in at once. Because of course, like Kevin talked about, in the good old $10 per round trip, that sucked. And so I would put one order to get filled because I knew that was going to be $10 to get filled. And I was like, okay, well, it's $10 to get filled. Now I want to get in 1,000 shares. We'll just say 1,000. It probably wasn't that big. What I immediately did was go to that quantity box. After I put my 1,000 share order to get filled, limit order to get filled, I went to my quantity box and typed in 500. So that way, as soon as I got to my first target, I could scale out half. And I did that for the first year or two of my journey, where I was out half and then out the other half. So I was scaling out just once, really. I'd have one target, then I'd have a second. And I'd say about 2 years into my journey, I finally, got thick skin, so to speak, and holding trades long enough to where now then I had a third target. So I'm out half, and then I'm out a quarter and a quarter. And so that's what worked for me throughout the years. And I can't tell you how beneficial that has been for me and the power of scaling to the now where everyone, I wish I was still holding. Oh, I wish I would. That's how you hold and how you're still a part of plays. No, are you still in full size and you're going to super bank? No. But again, like we've talked about from Nas all day, the 1,000% gainer in 1 years, or, of course, Money Mitch. I know Kevin's talked about it. Definitely me. That's not happening. Be happy with the profit. You think, again, my analogy, if I'm walking down the street and I give you $100, are you going to say, well, I want 500. You gave me only 100. They're not going to do. You're not going to say that. You're going to be like, babe. You look to your wife, your girlfriend, your best friend, your buddy. I'm like, this dude just gave me $100. And your buddy's probably like, yeah, it's fake. And anyway, but you get my point. That's it, though. It's that power of scaling and approaching it that way.
So mainly scaling out into profits, right? Is that mainly what I'm hearing from you as far as you don't like to you like to be flexible with the profit expectation, right?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, that's huge for me for sure, especially when it comes to, now again, entry, I usually have gotten so good throughout the years now that I'm right on it, right? Here's my entry price. I've really, predetermined and where my entry area is, and I know how to use it, whether it's using candlestick confirmation, of course, the one from AMD earlier, whatever it is, I'll predetermine. And of course, bounce or shorts may be maybe an area where I see a $5 bounce, but I'll put orders at $4.95 to like say $5.10, or I see a good resistance at $5.20, so I'll start at 5 and go up to $5.20 and get filled there. That's the only time I really average in, and then from there, that scaling out is so key for me for sure.
One of the traders that I've been talking to here lately, he stair steps, kind of how Money Mitch does as well, but stair steps the exit, like the stop loss, and that's been huge for me too, like scaling out of a loser. Like there's a lot of different approaches to this, traders, as far as like scaling out of a trade, scaling in, and then scaling into something, but then also with your stops. So you may not have just a hard stop at a certain level. You could break it up. It actually helps me out too. It manages the risk well. It makes your losers like not so large, but it breaks it apart into multiple pieces. If the stock hits an X level and it keeps running, and or if it hits that level, takes a partial stop, and then it starts working out, then you can start sizing back into it. But you always know what the risk is. The reward may be different. And like Josh said, we've heard over the years so many traders that are like, man, if only I would have left a piece on, if only I would have, like they review it end of day and the ticker's just, it's gone up all day on the long, or it's gone down all day on the short, and it's like you scalped it for 10 cents, and the ticker played out multiple points. Yeah. And then at that point, you're like, well, dang it, And so that's why Josh and I, over the years of experience, to this degree, to this point now, say, I'm leaving at least something on, because I don't want to be the one saying I shoulda, coulda, woulda at this point, like we hear every single day anyways. We say it. Every other trader says it. We had the right idea, but we didn't execute on it. Execution is part, like the scaling. This is part of the plan. I mean, trading is taken from step A to B. We got to have the trade in mind. We got to know what the trade's going to be. We got to know where our stops are. We got to know how we're going to scale it. We got to know how to manage that risk. We got to have the discipline and patience to execute on it. It takes uncommon amount of discipline and an uncommon amount of patience, really, to see these trades through. Some of you did that very well today, where you saw these trades through very well, and that takes uncommon patience to see those through. And that, by the way, patience does pay. That's how we spell it, Josh and I. P-A-Y.
P-A-Y, baby. Are we sounding good now, I think? Can you hear me, Kevin? No? Okay, let me That's where. So how do I sound now?
Yeah, you sound good. Sound good.
Good. Okay, cool. Cool. That's what it was. So that's where from the other day or yesterday, that's where I was having the issue. I was like, oh, that's what it is, you goober. It's the I forgot we had the Google Meet still up. And that's what we're going through today. Makes sense now. Now I'm good. Talk, Kevin. Let me see if you echo.
Ruff. Speak.
Good dog. Good dog. Good dog. Yeah, I've got it figured out now. Yeah, we were good. Yeah, we got it figured out. I forgot the dang Google Meet. That's where that echo was coming in, and I had that was making sense. Like, oh, yeah, da. Now I got it figured out. All right, guys, we're at the top of the hour. King Line, try again now. See if that pin works again. 617-675-4444. Pin is
It's going to be
311.
the same Google Meet, by the way. We may have to make an adjustment here in a second on the Google Meet. Carla's going to send over the Google Meet if I'm on the wrong one. But it should be consistent from here, guys. It's just there's hiccups with this. We're getting it, we're smoothing it out. Should be good from here. But yeah, the power of scaling. It's such an interesting conversation. And, it's something I'm working on, myself even these days. Is this conversation, and I started stair stepping, some of these exits too here lately, and it's been working very well. Rather than having very hard stop right at $1, or do I want to split it up, like maybe a quarter at at 95, maybe a quarter at $1, maybe a quarter at $1 at $5, $1.10, just breaking it up, because we've seen so many liquidity sweeps, right? Like this market this summer, in the last few weeks, we've been seeing traders like a lot of choppy action, and if your stops, like Money Mitch goes over, are at those common areas and not the abnormal areas, then you're going to get hit and you're going to get chopped out. You're going to go tilt. You're going to pay the consequence of that.
Yeah. Yeah, again, like I said, just think at first it's just one of those things where a lot of traders, unfortunately, I love it. You even got the email sent out today, brother. Got the call-in show. Oh, man, I have to send that to my mom. I have to forward that email. Just got the email 5 minutes ago about us doing the call-in show. It's super cool. But yeah, that was one of the things that I, got in early on for whatever reason when it finally hit me as far as the whole scaling process. Because, yeah, at first you're just all in, you're all out. And it's so nice to get to that portion of trusting the chart, so to speak, or even when you would, like when I, my bounce areas or reversals at shorts, when you get to that level, trading, in my opinion, becomes calmer. It becomes less, emotional overall. Like you guys were talking about earlier, you and Nas, I mean, that's so huge for the first year or two of the journey, is being able to control those emotions, and most just can't be able to do that. So love the fact that and I think a lot of traders, they would do some of these things we're talking about. Like, I think one thing would help a lot of traders out is removing the P&L, not sitting there and staring at it all day long, and actually just trade the chart, to scaling out. Find a predetermined area of entry area, and then same thing for exits. Find a couple of exits. Don't just find one area. Find multiple. That's like you've always said. Like, well, I say you, but traders, how much we've heard throughout the years, other traders say, that wish they were still in. I should still be holding. Why did I get out too early? You're not always going to get the whole pie, but if you could start getting more pieces, so you have one slice and you get two slices, that's the key, in my opinion, to the stock trading journey for sure. If you can somehow get to that, then you can have that slowly but surely, the mental state gets a little more calm. And we're like, man, like when I take trades, it's not even, it's just got to trade, it's either I'm going to win or lose. I know that, right? And it's either going to hit my target or my stop loss. And it's simple for me now in my brain versus when I first started. It was I would say it's very unsimple, but it was not simple at all. It was very complicated. It was very chaotic in my brain. What's up, David? Good, hey, boss. How we doing? And then, I guess King Lion says that the pin doesn't match a meeting ready to begin. So I'm guessing, Carlo's on that in the background, trying to get us another Google Meets going or something.
Yeah, I'm trying to locate it.
I just wish that there was like an actual app that we could use. Like it was like, turn your live stream into a call-in show.
Yeah.
And they would give you a specific number for that day, or or again, if it had to have a pin, but you get my point. That'd be cool if they had that. That would be nice. Because this is complicated too. It's not like my dad was in radio, like we've talked about. Much easier when you're at a radio station. It's all built for that. And of course, there's not, cameras and the OBS, or trying to use EV mugs, and you're trying to get Google Meets, and then you're trying to get you guys to call in. A little different on the web versus a typical radio station. What's up, Ingrid? How we doing? Everyone started to slowly join in for the call-in show. Of course, you can rewind the stream. Money Mitch, Michael Noss on early on to start the day. Then Kevin Avery joined in, and myself as well. I've been here for the last couple of hours now. Got a great trade on AMD. Myself, Kevin Avery got a great trade on B-dubs. Nice little short hangover play. I got the short, 2 shorts. I got short on AMD. He was short on BW. So a nice little slow and steady play. Of course, large caps could sell off today. SPY, NVDA, some large caps across Tesla for sure with the event coming up this afternoon. Does Elon become a trillionaire or not? I don't really think a lot of us really care too much, but it's just interesting to watch and see. But good day, Aussie Chick. How you doing out in the West Coast? You West Coast traders, I know it's got to be a little harder to trade on that West Coast versus being on the East Coast like Kevin. Kevin's got it made on the East Coast. It's perfect time to trade, in my opinion. Get you enough sleep. Market opens at 9:30. Done at lunch.
Yeah, you know, some of the people on the West Coast though, it's like, yeah, that they'll have full-time jobs, wake up at whatever 4 or 5, trade, and then for the first couple hours and head out.
Right. Yeah.
Fairly convenient too.
Yeah, if you can get up early enough, you know, that's the thing. I wouldn't be able to. I was like, oh gosh, I like that 8:30, 9:30, 10 o'clock kind of, you know, time period where the market opens. And yeah, oh man, to have to be up that early. Market opens at 6:30. Yeah, you know, you could probably get used to that. I don't know if I could trade pre-market. I don't know about that. I definitely would be able to trade in market, but yeah, the pre-market would be pretty tough for sure. And it just wouldn't create for those longer days. I guess you'd get used to it, or maybe you just go to bed earlier if you're on the West Coast. But like me, like I was talking about to you, I didn't go to bed till 2 a.m. on, well, really Wednesday morning, you know, Tuesday night essentially. So that happens with me every once in a while where I'll stay up late, don't realize whatever it is, you know, you're living that kid life, so to speak.
All right,
what's up, Kevin? How are you doing?
Yeah, Mr. Lion, click on that link right there, and it's going to take you over here, and we can have our conversation. The number, I'm having a tough time finding, but we'll get that sorted out. Yeah, click on that link. We'll do Lion first. If you want to jump in after Lion, you're certainly welcome to use that link as well. Let's try that out. Go ahead and
You mean to click? Am I joining that meeting too?
No, you're in that one. Yeah, we're in there.
Okay, I'm in that one. Okay. Like you're already in. We got to get up early. No doubt. Oh yeah, Derek. Yeah. You're on the West Coast. I'm not about that. You know, I like my sleep. I probably, like, even last night, got to bed at, well, for me, a decent time, right around 10:30 into 11 o'clock locally. I get up every day around 6:30, 6:45. Yeah, and I've gotten to that point. Maybe a lot of people are like this, but I will wake up most days, I would say 5 to 10 minutes before my alarm goes off. No lie. I'm not kidding you. I'd say 70%, 75% of the days easy.
Oh man. Waking up throughout the night, go to the bathroom 5 times. Mr. Lion's in the building. Mr. Lion, how are we doing?
Mic test. Can you hear me?
Yeah, traders, let us know if you can hear Lion. How are you today?
I'm doing good. I'm actually on my laptop, so I'm trying to make sure you guys can hear me good, and then I'm trying to hear you from the TV, but there's a slight lag, so I just got to work through it.
Hey, right, like with us today, just working through it. Maybe got to work through the kinks. As long as you're here and you're live, you can hear us. You sound great. You sound good, my man. So, real quickly, let's do this. What'd you trade today and why? You know, get a little conversation out of you. What'd you trade and why? And then secondly, after you talk about what you traded today and why you traded it, let's get into that scaling process and how much you're doing it, how much it's working for you or not working for you.
All right. So a few of my trades today, I started off with STGW.
Mm-hmm.
That actually didn't go my way. I kind of was trying to do, I don't remember if I was doing a double top or a past chart resistance or something, but it kept going. And so part of my scaling is I'll scale around an area. So if like the resistance area is $5 or $5.50, you know, I'll have a $5.50 order, a $5.45 order, or maybe a $5.55 order, you know. So yeah, I traded STGW. I lost some on the way up, but on the way down, I made some back. After that, I traded, I'm trying to look at FTEL. Where did I short that?
Nice. Took the short on FTEL. Yeah, it had great 440 resist, or 240 if I remember correctly. That was great resistance.
Well, I shorted it in the 4s for a $5. I guess it couldn't get over $5, and it got brought back, and that's when I jumped in.
Okay, so you mainly short, and do you scale into these shorts?
Some, like, the only way I really scale, and actually I think it was you who kind of got me into where you like add to the winners and not the losers. So now recently I might add to my short. Like if it's going down and it breaks a resistance level, I might add a little bit, but never as big as I'm in, just a small portion. But yeah, I'm mostly a shorter. I am trying to work on trusting some dip buys, But yeah, no, I love when a stock goes up and then everybody wants to take their money, and I'm like, all right, and we take some of that too.
Yeah,
Right.
sell into them.
Good
Yeah, I did FTEL, I did SLDP.
Mm-hmm.
AK let us know about that hangover. I actually got an early entry on that and just rolled some of it down, but I ended up taking it at like where's my exit? I don't see the exit. That's the sell. But I remember I got like 770 or something like that. I took it there. So as far as scaling goes, wait, I'm sorry. I think I did SLDP again. I shorted PLTR. I actually scaled in on, I did 2 orders on that, but I did market in. Like I'm watching the chart and it's moving so fast. It's like, all right, I love it when you go with momentum, you mark it in and it's still going in that direction and you just mark it out before it changes or whatever. That's not something my go-to, but every now and then if there's a momentum play and I take part, I might do it that way.
Yeah.
So there was PLTR. I did a Tesla short. Another STGW short, but that wasn't much. That was 670 to 657, just a little quick. And I got an AMD short and an MTC short that didn't work out. I kind of just called it early, and a CMP short that didn't work out.
It's all right.
And you're not emotional, right? You don't keep fighting
Well,
them. You just
I've been through it so many times that it's sometimes I get a little emotional, but I try to just let it's all numbers, so it's either gonna work or it's not, and if it don't, try to stop out sooner than later. So what I found that works against me. So let's just say, let me see if I can find a
and
stop.
MTC is halted up right now. Just FYI.
Yeah, I'm looking at it at 270.
270.
Yeah.
Josh is
Yep,
right
yep.
there, right
I
there.
think I got short orders at 350 and 3 maybe. I gotta look.
This unreal. Yeah, unreal.
Yeah,
This
I'm
market.
probably gonna cancel my orders and wait to see how it gets there. If it gets a little weaker, like it doesn't want to go anymore, then maybe I'll enter. But yeah, so what I found that hurts me when it comes to scaling. So we'll use MTC for an example. So I got some resistance at, well, it's now support. I got support at like 225. I have a resistance line at 255, and I got my next resistance line is 290 to $3. So what I found that hurts. So let's just say I wanted to short this before it came up to 270. So I thinking, okay, resistance is going to be at 250. So I'll put some orders around 250. But you see, it kept going. So what hurt me is instead of getting out, so I've been going small. So I might do like 3 orders of 50 shares. I haven't been doing anything bigger than that recently. But let's just say I'm in at 150 at like, 248. If a gap fill 245, 255, and maybe 250, maybe like 250, 248, something like that. And it keeps going. I've had where I would scale in again at the next level of resistance, but it's like if it breaks that, you're fucking done. So that's where it works against me. So I try to cut it out. So like if I got in at my 3 orders at 250, 245, and 255, and it got to 270, and the candlestick confirmed me, I'm just gonna cut it. And then when it gets to 3, now I'm gonna have another set of orders where I'm gonna scale in again. But it's kind of not like I'm not gonna scale in from 248, now it's up to 270. I'm not gonna add unless I have a confirmation, and I really, really, really think it's not gonna go up. But when you have those emotions and you're like, all right, I need this to work. I'm gonna scale in. All right, we're hitting this next level, and then it breaks that resistance and moves up. That's like the worst feeling in the world. Now you're over leveraged on a position that is not working with you, it's working way against you. You just added to it working against you. So I try not to scale, like you say, scale in on the winners, not the losers. But I usually don't scale. I usually just have orders in a specific area for resistance, or I mark it in a few different times. Like I'll hit market once and wait, see what the candlestick's doing or whatever. I'll get confirmed, and I might add in again. Another thing I may do, but it's hurt me more than it's helped, is like if something looks kind of, it's just like what Josh was saying, and I'm learning to do that too. Well, it's not really worth it. Like, all right, It's at 270. Some might say, okay, it might reverse here and try to jump in on the short. No, it's not at my area yet. I want to see $3. I want to see 350 before I start the short. Old me would start a short here just in case it didn't get to 3. I got some of it. And I would justify that by being small, like, oh, it's just 50 shares, or, it's just 100 shares, whatever, I could let it roll. But what I found out is, as I'm adding in at those other resistance levels, now my cost basis is crappy, So now I got to take it fast. As soon as it gets that first drop, I don't want to bounce. I don't want to be in the red. As soon as I can break even or get a little green, give me it right now. Boom. So that's where I think scaling can hurt you, is if you don't stop out. You have to stop out. If it breaks that level of resistance, what you were expecting, a reversal, just get the fuck out.
You got to stop. And part of the problem sometimes is we've eliminated holding and hoping, but we'll take the stop line and then we'll re-enter it, and we're essentially holding and hoping. We just keep hitting and hitting it until we max loss on the day. So we got to avoid that too. And then I wanted to ask you about scaling out of your positions in the winning. I know you said you will scale into winners, which has been working out for you. Do you scale out, or do you come single entry fully out of your position?
All right, so I'm growing as a trader, so it depends. So like right now, I'm on a new account. I don't really have much cushion, so I'm taking it. But let's just say I get to a point where I'm confident in the trade. I'm in a trade 500, 1,000, 1,500 shares. Then I don't mind taking a 500 here, let another 500 roll. But most of my trades are like anywhere between 100 shares and 500 shares or 400 shares. And then depending on my cost base and the level of resistance in the chart movement, I've had so many plays reverse on me and I was green and I didn't take it. I have a thing that I say take what you know you can get. So until I'm in big enough to where I'm comfortable, like if I'm in 1,000 and it's moving down, okay, I'll take 500. But if I barely got a good order and it's kind of bouncing around and it's real wicky, I'm taking my first resistance line. I really want at least 30 cents a trade, but depending on the movement of the stock, I don't think I have time to sell. So sometimes most of my trades, I just take it all.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. That's what's working for you. Along your journey as you progress, I think you'll start maybe dabbling into scaling out along the way. Especially as you see it. You heard Josh and I talking about, like, we've seen so many of these places work out so well. Why did we take it all? And so you may leave a small, even if it's a real small piece, like 10% of the trade. Those can pad the wallet. I like to look at them as just a padding the wallet. You've taken maybe your target on the day. You got whatever your Q is, and you're up that amount, and now it's just a padding to the wallet. You adjust your stop to break even on the stop, so you're greener, and that helps out with certain fears, like, oh, what if the fear of this thing going red, or a fear of being wrong. All the fears, it eliminates them, because it's like, well, this is, I'm either making more money or just stopping out break even.
Well, one thing I know I need to work on is I still need to work on finding my A+ setups that work majority of the time. So then I'll feel more confident to get in bigger, and then I'll feel more confident to scale out. But the problem is I'm not getting in big. So, I've done half a couple of times, but most of the time I'm trying to get my 30 cents and move on to the next play, unless it looks great. But I'm still having a hard time figuring out what looks great. For now, I like double tops, like you were showing some of those charts earlier. I was actually just telling my lady earlier I wanted the short one, but it didn't look how I wanted it to. And you showed a chart that looked exactly how I wanted to, where like at 4 a.m. you get that spike up, that real big wick, and then it comes back down, and then you get that retest. I love that retest, because 9 times out of 10 is coming right the hell
That's
back
what
down.
MTC did. That 320 double top there. CIFR, another example. We were watching it the other day. That thing's been double, triple, and quadruple topping. But the more it knocks on the door, it eventually does. Josh goes over that 4 or 5 times. You're getting through. So what are some things that you're trying to work on here as your journey progresses that you want to better yourself at? You said focusing on more like honing in to your edge and setups.
Yeah, my biggest thing is it's the FOMO. Like, I don't see everybody making money, and if I haven't made any good trades yet, I kind of get a little anxious because market conditions always change. So if it's hot shorts right now, that don't mean it's hot shorts tomorrow. So sometimes I'll be like, oh, it's hot right now. Let me get some of this. But then that leads to a premature short entry, which goes back to what I was saying, and then it goes up, and then you try to scale up, and then your cost basis is messed up. Then by the time it does come back down, you just take what you can get, and then it doesn't work out that way. But yeah, so what I need to work on mostly is identifying a great setup and just not getting into some working on my FOMO.
Yeah, completely agree with all that. I mean, it can be difficult when, like you said, with the gurus. I think because that's what gets us all in here, right? That's what gets us all in here. When we first started, we're like, "Whoa, you made $10,000 in 2 minutes." that takes me a little bit of time out here in the real world, and so we all then start gravitating towards that. But the problem is, Lion, the focus on the money. It's the problem. You Once you find that consistency that you're so desperately that we're all so desperately looking for, the consistency day in and day out, whether, like Nas said, 51%, that's all it takes. Good risk reward is what we need. When we find that, what is all we need to do when we have a consistent approach? We just need to size up, and then more money will come. But it's all about taking those setups, like you said, the double tops, Lion, like finding your setup, taking it repeatedly, because it's going to work over a series of trades, and letting these trades just play out over time, and it's just gonna pad the wallet over and over and over again. But yeah, I compliment you. You're doing well. You're focused in. I can tell that you really love this journey, and that's what sustains you. That's what sustains you in this. If you're in it for the money, then that like you're not going to make it. We've seen thousands and thousands of traders over time. They get in here for the money. It doesn't work out. You got to focus on your growth, on your journey, on the setups. Try to not compare.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I got filled on an MTC short, and I just took it. I was in at 345, and I took $2.99. Yeah, I just took
Josh, are you busy over there on MTC too?
No, I'm because it halted up, and so I was going to look to trade it if it opened up below 3. So if it opened up below 3 and then gave me a minute to get in, then yes. But no, yeah, I'm just watching it now. It was one of those things where it halted up, went right to the air. I'm like, well, now I can't trade it. I've got to wait for it to be live for X amount of time. That stupid halt up right there. I am watching it, but yeah, nothing I'm going to trade right now at this point anyway.
Yeah. I was in 345. It dropped down. I'm like, I'm not giving it a chance to bounce.
Wait, you were in at 345. I don't even see that printed. 345.
Yeah, it's an upper shadow real quick. As soon as it opened, it had a spike, and it came right back down to 3. Found some support, and now it's trying.
Yeah, but so wrapping that up, it's just focusing on taking good trades, and the money follows. It's a byproduct of good trading, and I think you realize that and recognize it. And good job with the patience, Lion, on this MTC. Like, that's great patience waiting for that to come to you. Yeah, this ticker right here is.
Looks like they invalidated that trade, but oh well, it's a good trade in my book.
You have to wait, a certain amount of time, 30 seconds.
Yeah, you got. I think 30. I know you got to be in a trade at least 30 seconds.
And it may, and you got to wait. You got to wait a minute out of a halt. And so right now,
so they just invalidated it, I guess.
So
I don't even see my exit. It just shows my my entry on the field orders.
MTC potentially
a trade too.
MTC against the highs right here, not terrible.
I'm in BW 552. It's at 504. I might take that. I'm gonna take that.
BW, baby. That's old Kevin Havers trade.
BW. Let's go.
Good work. No, that's Lion. That's all
you caught my interest with those hangovers, Avery, because I've been searching for some. Because I always said, man, all those ones that just keep going down. Like, why can't I catch something like that? Just let 100. 200 shares just roll all the way down. And when you say those hangovers, that's exactly what that is. That's, everybody's beat it to hell and it's just coming down, people taking profits and selling.
Well, look at SLDP. It's literally straight down. It's in the sixes.
Right.
It's in the sixes now. That thing has been straight down. Yeah, we identify them, find them every single morning. They're clean setups. There's low emotions involved. That's what I need. I need like
Right.
not the MTCs of the world. I like them, but man, they're the ones that, you know, high risk, high reward. It's going to hurt you
Right.
from time to time. It's going to fill your pockets up here and there, but the ones that just, you know, the risk reward on the SLDPs, the one you're involved with right now, that's great. That's what we're looking for. We just discussed that in here this morning. The good risk reward. So
Right.
we need like optimal. That's why I like getting in like right near that risk, and I think you've identified that as well. You know, maybe it involves scaling towards the risk level, but over and above that, you're out of it, and otherwise letting these plays, you know, continuously work out.
Right. Yep.
Love it.
But that's my take on scaling. Like AK says, don't scale in, scale out. You know, have your levels of support if you're shorting, your levels of resistance if you're long, and you know, take some on it when it hits those levels just to be safe. Put some in the bank. You know, and I'm not sure if you could do a trailing stop with this platform, but I've tried trailing stops. They've worked sometimes. But, you know, if you down a certain percentage where no matter what, you're like, all right, I'm not going to let this go to my entry. You know, you put a stop loss of, you know, 20 cents before your entry if you're down that low or whatever it is. That way you leave green no matter what. But I'm definitely going to practice that. When I start getting in plays a little bigger, I'm definitely going to try to leave some on the table on the slower movers. Maybe not the faster movers, but the slower movers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, one of the keys, like I said, to do is just start having have that game plan, that mindset before you enter the trade. Like when I talked about what I did earlier. So if you're going to go in 500 shares, as soon as you're in that trade, or even before you get in that trade, go to your order box and put it to half. So that way you can start some kind of a process of that scaling out. That's one of the huge ways you'll do it, is having that, again, like predetermined risk, predetermined entry, it's SOB, whatever. Same thing with that. Have predetermined mindset of I'm going to scale and what am I going to scale out. So you actually start doing it. So I know you're not there yet, but when you want to get there, that's usually going to be the key to doing it, is forcing yourself to do it before you ever even get in the trade.
And that's a big thing too, because I found that, you know, every now and then they'll put an alert in the chat, and you know, FOMO will kick in. I don't want it to crack down without me. You know, I want to get some of the piece of the pie. And I found that if I just jumped in without looking at the daily first or looking at the 4-hour first and start marking my lines, seeing where could it go, where could it drop, I'm just guessing at that point. You know, I'm jumping in. I don't know where it's going, you know, and those usually don't work out. I mean, they have worked out before, but, you know, that's bad practices. So, exactly. Always have a plan, trade your plan.
Absolutely, Lion. Well, yeah, we appreciate you jumping on here and talking about, you know, where you're at with this journey. I mean, I love hearing it, and I think you got lots of potential. I mean, you got the right mindset for it, and you're constantly working on improving yourself. But last word goes over to you, Mr. Lion, before we move on to the next caller. What you got?
All right. I appreciate you guys having me on the channel. I appreciate all the knowledge you guys are sharing. I'm definitely going to tune in when you talk about your hangovers, and everybody trade safe. You know, it's ugly out. Trade accordingly, you know, like Josh says, put your lines in and trade them. Have a plan, trade it. When you start going against your plan, that's when things start going sideways. So that's it. Everybody have a wonderful day, and let's make some money.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Lion.
Yes, sir, my man. Have a good one, brother. Good call right there, as always. Again, next caller up. Come on over. Let's talk about your stop losses, your targets. Essentially, the main thing is scaling. How are you scaling in and out? You know, where are you scaling in and out? You're scaling into losers, scaling into winners. You're scaling into your buys or your sells, essentially. So how are you scaling? Has it been working for you? Is it effective? For me, like I said, I don't really scale too much, even if I'm in a trade. It's just kind of I find my entry area and I'm in, and then I like to scale out accordingly. But that's the thing. Again, you know, who are you as a stock trader? You've got to figure that out. And then you just rinse and repeat that day in, day out. And then things down the line, King Lions, you know, saying even for myself, or maybe down the line, I add into winners, you know, et cetera. But it's really just building that confidence and discipline of what you do day in, day out, and then being able to rinse and repeat that. What's up, Keith? How we doing? David as well. Yeah, trailing stops are good. And yes, you can use trailing stops actually on TTP. CR Trader talked about that at my AKNR that I had in August in DFW, Texas. Speaking of DFW, Texas, crazy story. I don't know if you saw that about the defensive end that just got drafted, 2nd round draft pick last year. Was in a car chase, and then he hit somebody because he fled from the police. Yeah, he actually scored a touchdown here recently too, which is so. Point being, he fled from the police after a long chase in the middle of right through DFW, a long chase. He fled the scene. I guess got scared because he hit a car and got in a wreck. And poor guy, unfortunately. What do you think? I say, what do you think? I hate to even have to say this, but he turned against himself, unfortunately, and committed suicide. I was like, wow, that's crazy. 24 years old. So, guys, I just want to say this for any of you out there for when it comes back to stock trading. You're never in the deepest, darkest hole. Yeah, I know your brains maybe go there if you take a big losing trade. It's the one thing I love about TTP. Don't risk your own capital. Don't put yourself in that situation where you blow up an account, you owe a broker 5, 10, 25K. You don't, and then your life starts to become in peril of, I don't even know if I can do this anymore. You don't need that. You don't want that. You don't want that thought process. Gets down into some dark areas. So don't ever do that. Just reminding me just right away where traders, I saw that I just saw that story earlier today. And then I just saw an update on my watch from ESPN. I get updates. I'm like, oh my gosh, no, he died. What? Why did he die? And I'm like, and it's just one of those things you put yourself in a bad situation. Your brain starts to get to thinking and does some things you normally typically wouldn't or shouldn't do. So that's why, and I just immediately thought of how many traders throughout the years have probably blown an account or lost. Next thing you know, they owe, because they traded AFJK and went long and blew their account, whichever way, and they traded one of those crazy movers and they blew their account. Now they owe a broker however much money. That's why we're here. Trade the pool, trade our capital, manage and the risk big time. This is where it's at for me.
We're constantly preaching that. I mean, Josh, I've seen over the years pretty much like everything you can until like the next thing happens. But I've it's pretty much seen most things out there like what you're saying, owing the broker money. I've heard stories over the years of like traders owing their broker $100,000+ and how is that? Well, maybe they're short something that goes into a halt and opens up like way higher, and the broker couldn't liquidate them. At just the liquidation area on the account at zero, and so now they're in a position where the broker's risking their capital, so now you owe them money. There's stories out there that are rough. So that's why we're constantly preaching not to risk your own money. Let's learn how to trade with trade the pool's capital. That's why we're here. They're here to eliminate the risk for you, so that you can learn how to trade with minimal risk. So guys, the link is there. You guys can join in. Next caller, come on over. We're excited to hear about your journey and discuss scaling in and scaling out for you. Just put the link there. So go ahead. Next caller. Let's talk.
Let's go. Let's talk. Yep. Yeah, it's definitely, he was already having some, so your girlfriend said, gotcha. It's just sad, it's just the world we live in. You see a lot more of that. I've never been that kind of a person. I've always just been happy-go-lucky, very positive person. Always saw the bright side, even when it was negative out. Like I've just like this, I don't really talk about it too much. My dad, unfortunately, had to go to the Betty Ford Clinic a little over 10 years ago. And he had some bad issues. He's gotten through it all. He's doing great now. But at that time, it was very sad for my family and for him. And I just remember having a phone call with a couple of people that called. It's just always positive. I was uplifting. I know he'll get through it. Everything will be fine. I remember one of those phone calls like, how are you so positive? How do you stay in these negative times? I don't know. I think everyone's, of course, we're all built different. So I don't have those issues, or I say issues, but that seems to be more of a common thread anymore, the world we live in. I think at the end it goes back to, like I said earlier, the influencers, the world we live in, and everything's got to be perfect. And when it's not perfect, then we start getting into our brain about, and that just goes back to stock trading. That's why I don't want traders to go over to, like we're talking Sure Trader or whatever, back in the day, and I can get 6 times capital. I'm avoiding the PDT. No, that's dumb. Don't do that. It's your own money. This is where you can trade around the PDT rule here at Trade the Pool. You can get almost as much capital, at least in my opinion, early on, as much capital as one would need, which would be 50K. I mean, honestly, if you're a newer trader, you don't really need more capital than 50K. You need to figure out what you're doing first versus how much you're trading with. But
come on, man, that's pennies.
Yeah.
My dad gave me a small loan of $1 million. $1 million, Josh. $1 million.
Well, hey,
Who am I impersonating right there? MTC at the highs right now. Still watching that one, but yeah, man, I just echoing that completely. I think that the positivity is what gets you through it as really a trader. And there's this saying that I've heard that says your attitude is more important than the facts. Attitude is more important than the facts. You guys got to understand and repeat that. What you picturize, like I've mentioned, you're going to actualize. So you focus in on these things that may, Josh, that may be, they may not even be like in reality, you know, like
Right.
with your dad's situation, like you being
Right.
positive helps you at least get through it, right?
Yeah.
If you're down and out and the dark cloud over the whole thing, it's like you're pretty much doom and gloom, and the situation's only going to get worse from there.
Worse.
At least if you try to have a positive attitude, it's going to help you try to get through it. Even with trading, guys, we're going to circle back and relate it to trading. Even if you have a max loss day, you blow an account, you're good, because guess what? We went over that analogy earlier with Jordan, how Michael Jordan only wins because he lost. That's what he said. The only reason I win is because I got through those losses. I pedaled through them and saw the other side of it. And guess what? He saw through it with positivity. So his attitude ultimately was more important than those facts. And the same with your trading. The trading's hard. Don't make it harder, right? Trading is hard. Don't make it harder with poor attitude, because it's going to be hard to see it through. Many things in life are difficult, but we don't want to make them worse for us, right? Like, it's difficult to eat healthy. Mr. Katz, you watching eating those apples earlier? It's difficult to be healthy and eat apples. I don't like an apple, right? But it's also difficult to eat unhealthy and gain weight. So we get to choose our difficulty in life.
What
Go
about
ahead.
oranges? You like oranges? You like, not that this is an orange, it looks like an orange. You like oranges?
Sure, I'll take one. Throw it over here. Yeah, man. Yeah, it's
Oh yeah. Well, it was funny. I was actually in a one-on-one yesterday, but I was watching. Don't watch it much. It's an old TV. It's on Samsung. It plays MacGyver. I love MacGyver. So I just kind of wait for it to come on. In the meantime, it'll play like the other TV shows. But Jag was on the old show, old TV show Jag. Well, anyway, part of the show was a guy was trying to lose weight, and he had like some of those like hot suits, especially back in the day, like would make you sweat more. Guy walks up, but was like, "You're gonna have a heart attack with that thing on." And he's like, "Well, I'm trying to lose weight." And the guy said, "Well, have you tried to not, to stop eating as much and eat healthy?" And he's like, "That's what Colonel said." And I'm like, "Yeah, exactly." But it just shows you how hard it is. I mean, especially the older we get, you get to like this 35, 40 mark that I'm at right now, especially the older and even older than that. It isn't, you gotta, you want to work out, and I work out, exercise, I have a high metabolism. It all comes, but you got to watch what you're eating. Now, luckily, I've got great genes. I am always busy and I'm nonstop, but to the other people that aren't, that maybe have a 9 to 5, that truly do sit maybe at a desk all day and drink soda, and they love their coffee and love their little donuts and some Cool Ranch Doritos, and that's going to show up. And then when my point, like a stock trader, you do that for 5, 10, 15 years, you have your coffee, like 8 coffees a day, your 8 diet sodas or whatever, then the donuts and the chips and the McDonald's on. It's hard to then remove yourself from that. You've been built into where I like this food. This is what I eat daily. And it's so hard. Right. Yeah, exactly. And now you're a little bit bigger, and you've gotten older, and that's one of the main reasons why you're slow. Your body's slowing down, but you're not slowing down what you eat. You got to, and you got to have that discipline of like, oh boy, I can't eat this as much. I've got to eat a little bit less. I've got to eat apples now or whatever. Although I love some apples, but I love apple pie. Boy, that's something I really love. I love that. Talk about apple pie, throw some ice cream on it, But it's, yeah. And so it's kind of the same thing with the stock market. I talk that with traders all the time. You build in these habits, these rituals that you do day in, day out. Next thing you know, you kind of rinsed and repeated that bad habit-ish for 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, a year. Let's just even a simple one, like looking at your P&L. And then King Line talked about it earlier with the whole AK gave me a shout out, and I got rid of it. But at first, it was so scary and hard to do. But that it just shows you for a lot of traders, even just that alone, getting rid of your P&L so you can just trade the chart, how hard that is to do, because for the first 6 months, year, 2 years, or whatever, you have it up and you're looking at it. So the minute you don't have it, you go, and I'm like, what? It's just the P&L. Why don't you trade the chart? But they're so mentally dependent almost on that P&L so they can see it. When they don't have it, they're, it's almost like a crutch. They got to have it. They've been looking at it every day for 2 years now, or a year now.
Yeah. Yeah, so you just trade the chart, right? It helps you just trade the chart as we went over. Trade in the
Mash,
chart.
good one. Well, they don't make them like MASH anymore. They don't make anything like that. I mean, that's just the networks. I talked about that the last good, I'd say 90s. Great TV shows in the 70s, great in the 80s. 90s had Seinfeld, Friends, Frasier, Home Improvement. We could go through the ringer. I think even the early 2000s we had some good shows into the 2010 era. But around 2010, you had Netflix and Hulu and all these, Amazon and YouTube TV anyway. So they got all these. It just isn't on prime network TV anymore. Like your ABC, NBC, CBS used to have them all. And Fox then kind of got in the mix in the 90s, but yeah, it's just not there like it used to be. But yeah, there's some good old shows back, and things you could learn from. And that's what I loved about those old shows. Whether it was goofy, funny stuff from Friends or the MASH, but even like MacGyver. A lot of these shows would have and I can tell watching these old MacGyver episodes now as a grown up that they had some sort of meaning behind the episode. There's something there that you could take away from it and learn, which was really cool. Let's see here. James got the Tesla bounce in the bottom. Keith, what's up, buddy? Though, PLTR, NVDA. You're talking about the last couple of days across the board. SPY, AMD, NVDA, Tesla. I mean, Tesla today's down $20. So we've definitely had a little bit of a rug pull the last couple of days, and really since PLTR, that real nice spike up. Earnings at 222. And now all the way down to 175 today. That's a $50 almost turnover from high and after hours on Wednesday with ER. Was that window Tuesday? That was Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken. Or was that Monday? Let me go back in time now. That was Monday and after hours. So Monday and after hours at 222, now down all the way to 175 today. Big turnover. Speaking of turn, what happened to turn? Is turn still up, TERN? It is still up. That thing still hasn't died off yet.
Yeah.
When are you going to be a turnover, brother? I'm ready for that turnover.
Apple turnover.
Yeah, those are good. Cherry turnovers, apple turnovers.
Getting me hungry, man.
Hey, well, I'm the worst at that. Trust me, you come join my live stream, everyone leaves my live stream hungry. And they're like, I don't eat. I fast. I don't eat till like 1:32 each day, so I'm good. But yeah, most traders are like, dude, you suck. Stop. I'm like Tack the other day when I was talking about food. He's like, stop. You're killing me, bro. I love food. That was one of my go-tos back at Arby's back in the day when Arby's used to have those. I don't know if they still do anymore, but I used to go get, Apple. They'd have apple turnovers or the cherry turnovers. I don't know why I remember that from Arby's, but those are some good delicacies right there. Have you ever had a fried pie before? Like apple fried pie, chocolate fried pie. It kind of looks like a turnover.
Not that I recall. No, they at the state fairs they probably had them because everything's fried.
Yeah. Oh God, yeah. We'll fry some bacon, some butter for you. I'm like, no, I don't. I don't need that deep fried. It's like
fry your candy apples. Yeah, fry everything.
yeah. Here, dip your finger in. We'll deep fry it. You can eat it.
James smoking on the roast today. Got the brisket going. Brisket. Yeah, brisket's gotten expensive, but good brisket, man. Love it.
I'm right there with him. I was right there with you. Brisket. Yeah, I was doing that from my smoker. I did finally get rid of my smoker this year because it was kind of falling apart. I've had it for a few years. The wheel, it just was kind of, I got rid of it. But so no smoking for me this year. But yeah, brisket, the meat's crazy how expensive it's gotten. It's skyrocketed over the last few years for sure. It's crazy how expensive it is. And even barbecue restaurants. Remember, you go to a barbecue restaurant and eat cheap back in the day. Go 2018, 2019 before COVID and the lift off from prices. Man, you could go to a barbecue place and get grub out. It's almost like Waffle House back in the day, where you could go to a barbecue place and get, 3 people could eat for $20, and you'd be full as can be. Now I go to the one I used to work at. It was actually on the show Man vs. Food. If you've watched that before, great TV show. And the old school with Adam Richman, the original one. But like rack of ribs or whatever. Anyway, I went there the other day to get barbecue. It was actually Friday. I went on Friday to go get some barbecue. I love some Q. Who doesn't love some Q? And I was just like, for a Frito pie, just the Frito pie itself used to be like $8. I want to say $7, $8. It was now $14 for just the Frito pie with Fritos, the beef, the beans, slaw, whatever goes on it. I'm like, $14 for a Frito pie. It's like double cost of what I was, I'm like, and because I don't really look when I go to restaurants. I just say I'm eating. I don't go out much. It's not like some crazy $200-$300 meal. I don't look at the prices usually. I just order, get my food. I'm not going out of control, anyway. So it's not like I really need to look at the prices. But yeah, I did look at my receipt or whatever she said the total was, and I was like, what for a sandwich, some beans, and a Frito pie is, I forgot what it was. It was $35 or something. I was like, Rack of ribs was like I almost got a rack of ribs, and I did see the price of that, and I was like, man, 30. I forgot what it was. It's gone up though. It certainly has. Yeah, hate it when cheap food gets popular. Yeah, hate when cheap food gets popular. Yeah, for sure. Yep. All right, guys, Colin, let's get one more caller in here. Talk about James. If you're scaling out,
James, come on, talk about that roast. Come on.
Yeah, right. Hey, let's talk more food.
Yeah,
I'll actually be doing that tonight. I'll be grilling tonight. We're doing sliders and hot dogs. Of course, the Broncos game's on Thursday Night Football. So, keeping it simple, doing I like that when the game's on, whether it's, college football. I feel like I'm going to be at the stadium. So I want to have a hot dog, or I want to have a brat. I want to have some cheese fries. I don't know what I'd ever eat at the game. Probably maybe make some popcorn tonight, pop some popcorn. Yeah, game time comes on. I got to have some game time stadium food. So I'm grilling out tonight. Love the fall weather, 60, 70, degrees, get down to the 50s or maybe the 40s at night. Some good stuff. Good time of the year, my friend. Good time of the year. And, of course, our Thanksgiving coming up. I know Canada and Mr. Nos had his last month. You're speaking of apple pies, my friend. What's your favorite pie at Thanksgiving? I'm going to have to go chocolate cream pie, although coconut cream is right there with it. I think those have taken over because over apple and pumpkin pie, my childhood favorites. And I still love a good apple pie with some ice cream, but I'm going chocolate or the coconut. What's your favorite?
So good. Yeah. And then the pecan.
Oh, you like a little pecan, huh?
Oh, yeah.
It's good. I'll eat it. Only like I said the mincemeat pie. I think I've maybe tasted it forever ago. Yeah, that's not one I want to have at all ever again. Ever.
All right, traders, we got a lot of exciting things happening at Trade the Pool, by the way. We're going to be sharing more details soon, so make sure you're on the channel, Trade the Pool. A lot of new things coming up as, because we're growing. Trade the Pool is growing. It's going to be growing astronomically. I mean, the traders, all the traders I was trading with, Josh, like years ago, they're all heading over to Trade the Pool. They're like, why do I need to risk my $100,000 anymore? Let's head over to Trade the Pool. And so it's growing. It's going to be growing a lot. So make sure you stay tuned for a lot of new things coming up here soon. But we'll take one more caller, guys. Go ahead and click that link in the YouTube comments. If you're not over on YouTube comments, and go ahead and jump on here. Let's talk trading here. Add some value to the traders here for the last 10, 15 minutes or so before we wrap her on up for the day.
Yeah, I got the small cap series coming out this month too as well. And looks like we're extending our live stream here possibly on Trade the Pool. More streaming, more streamers. We brought that up, the idea too, or Kevin did, which was a great idea from you guys last week about having a scanner or some sort of like daily show, even with the football kind of thing, just bringing up extra ideas to them so that way they know what you want and they're going to do as much as they can to do it.
Yeah, James, you can go ahead and click on the link above the phone number. We'll have that sorted out next week. I needed to create an event. I created a meeting, I think is what happened.
Okay. Gotcha. Cool. Yeah. So just, anyone that wants to join, click on that link that Kevin just put out there at 11:33 locally, at my time. So it'd be 12:33 on the East Coast, depends on where you're at. But that last in the link, you're just going to join essentially the Google Meet is what you're going to do. You don't have to worry about calling in. Pumpkin. I love some pumpkin pie. Love some sweet. My grandpa Pappy was more of a sweet potato guy. It's kind of a southern thing there, King Lion. They don't really do sweet potato pie up north usually. They're like, that's I don't know what that sweet potato pie is all about.
Jason, let's talk about it. Yeah, I like that idea too. Superstitions. I certainly have some myself, and I'd like to hear yours too. Don't trade this. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, if you don't trade with your green undies on Monday through Friday,
I kind of am that way. I got a whole drawer of these black, really nice dry fit shirts, and that's why I'm wearing this. I got to throw this on, man. See, I got the closet, and it's got 100 of the same shirts in there. Gotta wear it.
I will say no. I will on Monday. I have a usually Money Monday. I don't do it every Monday, but I do have a green pair that I like to wear on Mondays that get me rocking and rolling. But I don't have any superstitions really when it comes to stock market. I am way worse about that with sports. Like I will hesitate before a game and go, should I wear this shirt or this Bronco shirt? And I'll go, nah. I'll have like a thought process of this one. Like, no, let's wear that one. and I'll wear the second one I pick, and then halfway through the game we're losing, and I'm like, I knew I should have wore that other one. Then I'll go put the other one on top of the one that I have on, thinking it'll be double power now. All right, now they're really going to come back because I've got both the shirts on. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
G Dalcor, what's going on?
Yeah, man, call in. Yeah, or join the link if you want to, G. If you have some questions, and Barbara there's the email. Barbara, that was my granny's name. Oh, Barbara Ann. Good old classic name from the 60s and the 70s and the 30s and the 40s. I don't hear Barbara anymore. But yeah, Dalcor, join the meeting. Click the link, join the meeting. Let's talk scaling out if you need help scaling out. I mean, one of the big things too, like I said, is going to help a lot of traders. Go to that order entry box as soon as you are into a trade, or even before you get into the trade, go to half off. If you're going in 500 shares, go to 250. If you're going in 100 shares, as soon as you're filled or before you even get filled, go to the order box and type in 50 so you can scale out. That's what helped me the most, so that way I could actually scale out and start doing that process. Now, I don't know exactly what you need with the help. There you go. Cross camera won't wear anything red. That's funny. But I think I remember it for a while. Actually, Jason, it was before you joined. But there for the longest time when I stream live on Fridays, as the main streamer on at TC on Fridays, and I wore red almost every Friday. Now that was almost an homage of I'm a shorter, but then also Tiger Woods. So Tiger Woods, if you do remember, infamously or famously, whatever, always wore red on Sunday. So he'd always wear different colors, shirt on Thursday, Friday, Saturday of his tournament. But on Sunday, he always wore that red. So there for a while, I did wear red on Fridays. That's my full name. There you go. Barbara Ann. Oh, is it really Barbara Ann? Well, that just goes together. Barbara Ann. Barbara Ann.
Josh, you were working AMD. I'll let you take that. G Dalcor. AMD.
Okay. In position, got caught, no stop, want to scale out a loss. What level on AMD do you see it can go to today? I scale out. Long. Okay. Well, dang it, G Dalcor, were you here when I went short earlier? That should have been the indicator that this is going down more and you need to get out. You are still fine. What you need to do, in my opinion, on this, and then moving forward from now on, is you've got to identify a stop, right? We have to ever, before you ever enter a trade, great verbiage right there from Kevin Avery, predetermined, right? Everything's got to be that way. So before you ever enter a trade, I don't care if you're long or short, the biggest thing you need to have identified before you enter is what's your target and what's your stop loss. Where are you getting out of this trade? Where's the bus stopping at, right? So make sure from now on we want to do that. And if, again, in this trade, you're going to run into my shelf crack. So this 421.25 area is going to be key, because why? The VWAP's there now. We can get over this VWAP. You're going to be getting very close back to your entry area. I would honestly take this if you saw 43.50. So if you saw 43.50, take the profit, because what you're going to probably see, and what we see a lot of the time in small cap plays, like say right now in MTC, a lot of traders are caught at 385, 360, 390. So when this play pops back on up and you can see this already failing, what do you think what this is from? Trapped traders, mostly, that were in this earlier, came down, their armpits are sweating, knees are heavy, eating mom spaghetti, they threw up all over the floor. Then they get this pop back up and like, whoa, okay, I'm out. Wasn't as bad as loss as I thought it would be. Does that make sense? And James is on with us here. James.
Mr. James, how we doing? Good to hear from you again.
Hey guys, just wanted to give you a quick call. We got a little bit of a delay going, but
yep,
on both of our ends.
Ooh, there's the delay right there.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, I just went ahead and muted the YouTube that way.
Yeah.
I can just hear y'all directly. Well, for me, my biggest thing about scaling is I do a lot of, or I have been, I'm trying to break myself of the habit. I've been doing a lot of momentum chasing, watching momentum scanners, trying to run with those. It's not working because I always seem to be late. Okay. Then I get in, if I'm lucky, at the middle of a run. And usually I'm at the top, and it's like, Lord, if I just take this same strategy over to trade the pool and play the short side, I'm going to be a daggum millionaire. Because, I mean, I'm dropping hard on almost all of these. Man. And I tried doing the whole scaling thing because I watch it and it drives me nuts. I'll set my stop. It comes down. I stop out, and then it runs back up. I'm like, what the heck is going on here? So go in kind of light, and then if it's looking good, I can always scale up. But if it's looking bad, I can always go down. And then when I come down, I swear every time I should have just gotten out completely. So that's been my experience.
Yeah. Well, you're not sharing an uncommon story. That's why, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing with you because this was me. What you're saying, I'm like, oh my God, this is my story right here, James. What are you saying? I'm chasing these tickers, like you guys said in chat. Somebody who won't wear red, is alerting, and and these tickers are just like, you're this FOMO is the most potent, fear, and so we see these tickers, and yeah, you're right, James. I mean, you're right on top of it. You're like, why don't I just go to trade the pool and short these things versus trying to chase them on up? Right. And when it doesn't work, half majority of the time, right?
That makes perfect sense to me. I mean, I've been thinking about this for the last 2 weeks, going, it only makes logical sense that if I'm getting hurt every time I chase these momentums, well, where I would buy, let's just short and just solve this whole problem. That seems like the most logical thing I can do at this point.
Well, the big thing, too, would be going back, which is huge. You've got to make this a NASA scientific project where you're in the lab every day doing the back testing and the studying. So you have to go back through every day with the tracking and the journaling and the tracking and going over trades and going over setups. Doing that then really will help that process out as well. So you can start identifying, yeah, this is right. I do need to start shorting where I'm going long. I am doing the complete opposite of what I should be doing. That's what also will help you out, is going back over with that journaling tracking system. Get into the lab every day, do your homework, do the due diligence. That's simply going to be the key right there. That's going to be the biggest thing. And I've even gone into one-on-ones yesterday. Paula can even contest to this if Paula's still around. Great alert earlier, Paula, from MTC. That freebie I gave to her, that was huge. That's what we went over yesterday, was the biggest thing traders can do in their earlier on in their career, or even if they're struggling years in, is if you can identify what you're doing right and you're wrong, then that all is going to lead you a better journey. But the only way you're going to do that is if you're tracking in your journal, you're journaling in your tracking, you're going back over as many charts as you can day in, day out to really soak in what trades you're taking, what trades you're missing. And that just, to me, helps solve that puzzle, so to speak, that you're having right now.
Well, see, I'll be honest. I'm lazy when it comes to journaling. So I have taken the easy route on that now. And I have Copilot on my phone. Hey. So instead of me having to do it, I just open it up and I say, I bought at this. And I'm letting it do all of my tracking for me. So because it just links up on Google for me. So so that's my new tracking strategy, is just tell it. That way I don't have to, because I swear it hurts to go into an Excel spreadsheet and type, okay, I did this. And then, I don't mind looking at it once a week at the end of the week of this is what ended up happening, but I don't want to look at it every trade. I bought at this, and then I look at my previous buys where I got hurt. That just doesn't put me in the right winning mindset, I would think.
Right.
I will say for me, and that's why I think I'm so different, why I could be such a disciplined trader of 2 to 3 trades a day. That helped me. I loved it. I do the one-on-ones. There was a girl out in California. I said, I like to lose. I said, I love to lose. And she said, I've literally only heard 2 people say that in my life. The only person that told me that they're a billionaire. I was like, oh, I'll never be a billionaire, but thanks for telling me that. I love losing. It comes back to Michael Jordan, because if I can go back at it, I'm right there with you at first. Hated looking at those losses. Who doesn't hate looking at those losses? I wanted to figure out why I was losing. What exactly within those losses do I need to correct, or do I need to stop doing them because I am not correcting these? So I get that's the thing. That's to me what makes this journey so hard, is that you've got to find what works for you, and what worked for me isn't going to work for you. Isn't going to maybe work for Kevin. Kevin works for him. Isn't going to work for Keith. Keith, whatever, it's not going to work for David. And that's what makes this so tricky, where we wanted to get in this and go, oh, it's almost like, to me, almost in a way like playing video games. If we got NBA Jam, we've got Pac-Man, we got Ninja Turtles. 1,000 ways to skin a cat. There's 1,000 ways to win on NBA Jam. There's 1,000 ways to, however you want to play in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, right? it's not like we all are going to do the exact same thing every time we pick up the remote control. And that's the unfortunate part to this, that makes that journey aggravating, the middle side of it, etc. Because you see myself or whoever that starts to understand, or why are they getting that? Why can't I get that? Or they like to do that, but I don't like to do that. And so that's what makes this journey, so difficult, because it's not, like I've always said, the generality of you can go show up for any job. And sorry, my Great Dane here wants to get on the conversation. Say, we see you, Elle. No, we see you. But we go, like when I worked at Dillard's and sold women's shoes, when I was a waiter and we, waited tables, when I worked at Rent-A-Center and was a delivery driver, they all trained you to do the same damn thing, right? You're doing the same thing Monday through whatever days you work, right? You're not doing anything different. And so our brain, even go back to, grade school. So we've been kind of trained as kids, and go back to this NOS where we're not kind of born and raised to do this stuff. Because you go back to grade school, go back to kindergarten, go through, you're trained every day, you're doing the same exact thing. And you're kind of doing what other people are doing. Yeah, maybe with different results, true. But the thing is, you were doing the same thing Monday through Friday. And so when you get to this and everyone's doing something a little bit differently, you can't just go, oh, yeah, do what Kevin's doing. It's going to work for you and you're going to make money. Oh, just do what Josh is doing. It's going to work for you. It's going to make money. And that's what makes this so difficult, because that's where we think that's going to happen and it doesn't. And then you're like you yourself, you're going through your own journey and trying to figure out what works best for you.
Well, exactly. Because everybody's reflexes are a little bit different. What I see as a setup, you may not see, we see it every day. Someone saying, no, this is the time to go short,
right,
while someone else is looking at it and going, this is the perfect setup to run high. So yeah, everybody's journey is going to be a little bit different. I'm enjoying it. And I've got to say thank you for the TPP account. I've been really studying how to do it, watching all of the videos, they make it look so easy. So I'm a little bit gun shy, only because it looks that easy. And I've had such hell on Robinhood. So I'm hoping that it really is that easy. I'm looking at lighting that up on Monday. I'm going to keep playing with it again throughout today and tomorrow, and then the weekend. And then really, let's see what we can really do if I put some buying power back in it. Because when I did it with my own money a few years ago, I just lost my shorts. And wow, it hurt. Nothing like taking your entire retirement account and going, I know this is going to hit. And you go, wait a minute. Not only did that not hit, and then I started doing the whole bag holding thing of, well, it was there at one point. It's got to come back eventually.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be honest. It just never did. And by the time I got out, it was just like, okay, well, there went 390 grand.
Yeah.
Guess I didn't need that. So,
yeah.
So it's like, all right. So now I'm dipping my toes back in. I've been playing with a $100 a day cash account, but that doesn't seem to have the power to really. When I win, it's not enough to cover my losses.
Right. Yeah.
So I'm thinking bumping up the buying power a little bit. I'm not going to go swinging for the fences, just light and easy, and see if we can make something pop here. So I really, really appreciate the opportunity, because it makes no logical sense. I was losing more than that account cost every single day, but I could not get myself to pull the trigger to buy a little $60 account. I don't know where that mentality came from, but my guess is I'm going to get in. Y'all are going to get me hooked. So appreciate it again.
Yeah, no, yeah, getting that TTP account, that's the thing. That's what we're trying to do here, is help traders out to understand you don't have to risk your own capital. And yeah, being over at TTP, one thing, like I said, for a lot of traders, as Kevin was talking, a lot of people are coming over here and realizing that. So take it slow and steady like you're doing. Find the kinks of what works, what doesn't. Like you're talking about, even there with the going a little bit bigger share size, to kind of outweigh those losses is definitely going to be key, especially when you're at Trade the Pool. You don't have to worry about a lot of the other things you'll have to worry about when you're over at, the other different brokerages, other than, with the commissions and the locate fees and all that kind of stuff.
Well, and all the questions I have, I've got it. I'll put my hand up for anybody out there who's wondering, but dadgum, y'all's little automated bot answers all of my questions. So it's a little bit slow to answer them, but it does answer them. Sometimes it over answers, but you dig through and you'll find the information that you need. So hats off. The only thing I need is one of those hats, but I need it in blue. Can't do purple. So.
Oh, come on. You can't do purple or pink with this?
No. It's just not quite my style.
Well, James, it's such a pleasure hearing from you. I'm glad I can tell listening to you how optimistic you are about this journey. We've all had those drawdowns. That was,
Right.
Josh, we talked about that so much today, and here we are. You, James, and then Keith is sharing too in chat. It's some history of just some drawdown periods in your trading journey. But again, like Josh was saying earlier, we look at those in a different light. We look at them in a way where this is going to help propel us forwards, not continuously backwards. Because now we know it's seared into our memory bank. We know exactly what not to do. Now we pay we pay the tuition on that, right, James? So now bag holding's not really something I'm going to be doing moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, even with the little cash account I've been playing with, I've every time I've caught myself starting to do that, it's like, no, we're not doing that again.
Right.
I know it's not a lot of money, but no, we're not doing that again.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Good job, bro. That's it. Learning
I
it.
really appreciate y'all's show. I watch you every week. I watch TTP every day. I mean, it's. I get my coffee and I turn y'all on. So hey, appreciate all of the helpful advice. All of the you can't say advice. All of the insights. I really appreciate it. And thank you for taking my call.
Yep. Yeah. See you next Tuesday and Thursday, James.
Absolutely, guys.
Yeah. Thank you, James.
What a man. Good job. Love it. James is learning the ropes. And that's the thing at first, learning the ropes. I know we got this meeting there. We go kind of closing out here. It says on the Google Meet side here in less than 2 minutes.
Yeah. We'll have it all squared away next week as well. We had a couple great callers in here today. Next week, we'll run it back.
Oh, again. Man, we got Miley Cyrus's sister in here, Amanda Cyrus in chat today. All right. Can you trade mega stocks? Yes, you could trade 12,000 plus tickers at Trade the Pool. Just go over to the website, tradethepool.com. And of course, there's more information on it right here. I'll put that link out there for you guys in chat.
You can unmute yourself on EV Mux. I'll just end this real quick.
Okay. I'm out of it too as well. So there we go. Now I'm back over on EV Muxies.
All right.
And we're caught up, and that should take us right there. And there's Trade the Pool. So click on that link right there. And yes, go click on it and you scroll down. It gives you the different $5,000, $25,000, $50,000, $100,000, $200,000 accounts that we have. Day trading account, swing account. We got the max or the flex account you can pick from. And you better believe it. Yes, you can pick from but you get go long, go short, 12,000 plus tickers that you can trade more than 12,000 stocks and ETFs. Go scroll down to the very bottom of that LinkedIn page I just put out there. And you'll see that we fund stock traders unlimited buying power, baby. No PDT rule, trade pre and aftermarket hours, day or swing trade any strategy or system, trade or short penny stocks, trade more than 12,000 stocks and ETFs. Yes, including Apple, Microsoft, Tesla, AMD, SPY, you name it. Boom.
Good stuff. Yeah, guys, we appreciate today's been a good day overall. Hopefully everybody's learning something in here. We want to add value in every way we can. Trade the Pool, just put down the programs right there. You can go ahead and take a look at. James, I'm excited for you to work this eval. You're going to get hooked. Josh and I are hooking you. You're going to get hooked. James.
Oh, yeah. Hooked.
You're going to get hooked.
Hooked like a fish right there. And yeah, there's a link on it. That should be, where's the link, brother? That should be it right there. The Trade the Pool link right there from Trade the Pool. Miley, or I almost said Miley Cyrus. Amanda, you got it. So that's the link, Keith, right there. Got it. Cool. Got it. Got it. Good information, too, from you, Keith. And yes, Barbara, do you answer these questions in terms of Trade the Pool? You have rules? Yeah. Whether you want to reach out to Kevin, email him, he'll answer anything you got here on the live stream. You can always ask us right here. We're here Monday through Thursday, Tuesday and Thursday specifically for Kevin and I. So if you ever need any questions, have any questions at all, come on over. And yes, Derek Thomas, Tiger was a beast. And Barbara, yes, I've got 14 dogs in here. 14. 4 of them are Great Danes. David, thanks for coming on over too as well. Appreciate you guys. And yeah, you got it. There you go. Cool. Thanks, guys. You got it, Keith. All on Derek, all caught back on up. Well, last questions. Any of you guys have anything else? Otherwise, we're going to call it for the day ourselves here. Thank you again for joining us for another great week of streaming here on Trade the Pool. We'll be back on Monday. Of course, Money Mitch, Michael Noss, me and Kevin join on Tuesday and Thursdays. Thursday, we have the call-in show at noon p.m. Eastern time. So come on over every Thursday. Every Thursday, we'll have a different topic as well. Okay, thank you much. I have never come to one of these lives. Oh, come on, Barbara. Barbara Ann. I love it. I've been streaming live since 2020. On different sources and outlets, and now here, of course, on Trade the Pool, I've got my own streaming service, like of course, Kevin streaming live on YouTube daily. So you're in the right spot. You got a lot of different traders and a lot of different ideas that we come up with daily upon how we like to trade, and you can take it in, systematically how you like it. Find who you like, what systems you like, what setups you like. Going long, going short, etc. Come here every Monday through Thursday. We're not here on Fridays. We'll maybe work on that down the line for sure. But Monday through Thursday, we're right here, so come join us for, 2, 3, 4 hours on those days. A lot of good information. And yes, you can ask anything about TTP. We'll be more than willing to help you out. And again, you usually ask me or say it to me. I'll go ahead and say it. Go freaking Broncos tonight. On my last words, go Broncos. Let's beat the Raiders. You guys have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled weekend. I'll see you back here on Tuesday. Kevin, last words. I'll send it over to you, bro.
The same thing as per usual, right? Repetition is what pays us, right? So embrace the risk, accept the results, take the edge, and take it in consistently. Manage the risk well. That's what's going to compound over time. Traders, per usual, have a great weekend. We appreciate each and every one of you. Till next week, guys, take care.